Yo, what is up, my gamers in Christ? How are we doing today? Today is the date of February 27th of 2026. It's a beautiful day out here in Kansas, it really is. How are we doing today, gamers? I hope we are doing well. We've got quite a bit to get into with the Bill Clinton deposition happening right now. I'm sure we'll be getting updates from that, as well as some general other Epstein-related stuff. More news about the more than 50 documents that have been deleted from the DOJ's website. That is still an ongoing story. It's still developing, and it's quite shocking that the DOJ is hiding this. And you have to wonder, how do these people not think that how did they not think this was gonna happen? This is so stupid. Hey, what's up, Kayla? Good to see you. Yeah, Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green have just been released on the Nintendo Switch, so for anybody that's got a Switch, go download that. I have a feeling it's gonna be pretty good. Anyway, sorry for the later starting time. I had to pick up my medication, so that's a whole ordeal that I had to go through, but I'm here now, so we got an increase in some meds, a decrease in others, so all in all, I think I'm doing pretty well. Anyways, I want to do a Rightoid of the day today. I'm feeling like making fun of some of our right brethren here. For sure. But who? Who should we watch today? We've got people like Benny Johnson. We could watch Benny. We could watch people like Tim Pool. Maybe a little Candace Owens. Who knows? We've got quite a bit to go through today. Let's see what the Democrats have to say before they went to ask Bill Clinton some questions. Ro Khanna's there, hell yeah. Nice. We love Ro Khanna. We love all of our Democratic leaders, honestly, guys. And they've been kicking ass in these special elections, in these debates. We've just been kicking ass left and right, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to real quick share the link so that everybody knows that I am live. I think that's pretty important for people to know about that. But it's good to see you, Kayla. I'm glad to know you're here, gamer. Alright, we'll promo in Ice Beans, of course. Shout out to Ice Beans. We love Ice Beans. She's a killer gamer. And she runs a good channel. Oh, I do remember that the Raging Tomato is supposed to be having some debates. MAGA, MAGA, MAGA Trump 2028 says, I don't even know. I'm going to call you Bob. Bob, I'm sorry, but Trump can't run in the 2028 election. Do you want to change the Constitution to let him run? Is that what you're wanting to do? I don't think that makes a lot of sense, and I don't even think your own Republicans truly support a Trump 2028, so. But hey, I personally say go for it. Keep advocating for Trump 2028, because when it doesn't happen, you guys are going to be so disappointed. He can change that? No, he can't. That would require a constitutional amendment, my friend. We do. What do you do? I don't even know what you do. Again, People, if anybody disagrees, feel free to call in to the MAGA cope line there, and we'll deal with your cope together. You know, it doesn't have to be something you do alone, man. Really, like a Democrat even has a chance? Oh, I'd say we have quite a chance, considering we've been winning election after election since Donald Trump's inauguration. So I don't know, Bob. It seems like we got a much better chance than those stinky Republicans. People are tired of you guys just lying to them. They're sick of it. They don't want it anymore. Last time I checked, no one likes the Democrats. Well, I like the Democrats, and my audience does, so I don't know about that one, man. Those elections are rigged. Okay, so you just deny reality when it's inconvenient for you to accept it. That's okay. That's okay. See, this is why I call it cope, because, like, that makes no sense. I'm an independent, but if the left doesn't win the midterms, they might be cooked. I mean, I'm seeing signs that we're going to win them handedly. What about Trump and Epstein, dude? What about the 50 pages that the DOJ deleted relating to a, set of interviews done by the FBI with a victim who claims Donald Trump R-worded her on multiple occasions? Why would the FBI delete that if they didn't think it was credible? You gotta wonder, you know. Every accusation with these guys is them admitting it. Okay, so Bob, you're not contending with the fact that the DOJ deleted 50 pages worth of interview material between a victim they interviewed 4 times. That is fake news. It's not fake news, my friend. I'm sorry to say, but those pages are deleted and they are missing. I think this is sad that you have to say things are fake news. You know what I mean? Like, why not just accept reality, man? Claims, unverified claims, Hillary said flooded the emails with lies. No, she didn't. What? Bro, you guys are just coping that your favorite guy is implicated in some heinous shit. Brother, that is fake news. Watch Fox News. Okay, so now I see what the meme is. You got me there for a minute, Bob, but nobody watches Greg Gutfeld willingly. Bob is just a memer. Need a reprieve from the drama? What other platforms are you reading messages? If you click on the... So if you go to the chat options, there should be a difference between live and top chat. You just need to switch it to live chat. No way. I'm sorry. I don't believe that, man. Nobody watches Greg Gutfeld. That man is literally the most unfunny person I've ever watched. I'm sorry. I don't believe it. He is just not funny. Like, you know, I don't believe anybody can watch him. You do? Well, you know what? Thank you. I was looking for a Rightoid to make fun of today. We'll watch some Greg Gutfeld together. Whole lot better than the Democrat news channel. Your beliefs in reality doesn't mean anything. Well, my beliefs are based in reality. Your guys' belief seems to be based in kind of like vibes, like the MAGA beliefs, but I base my My politics and reality. Alright, anyways, we're gonna watch some Gutfeld. Don't worry, we'll watch them later, though. I agree he isn't very funny, but people are there to watch Tyrus? I tried to watch... Greg Gutfeld comes on here pretty frequently, so... I guess we'll watch him. Anyways, I gotta get my Morrowind started up. Sorry, guys. I've been kind of slacking. Like I said, I had to get my medication today, so that's why I'm running a little later. He should have not been killed? Are you talking about Charlie? Yes, I agree. Charlie Kirk should not have been murdered, and I hope the person that did that gets life in prison. I agree with you. Watch Charlie Kirk. Man, we're all Charlie Kirk at the end of the day, man. We're all Charlie Kirk at the end of the day. One moment, Bill. I'm getting Morrowind. I'll click the link here in a moment. By the way, guys, you guys have been absolutely kicking ass today. Okay, so yes, I understand that there have been multiple times Trump has tried to claim innocence. But you guys need a rape kit. I've made the decision that you guys, any amount of evidence won't matter. They could have interview after interview of women saying that Donald Trump hurt them. You guys need a rape kit. Oh, I didn't announce in the server, did I? Thank you, Bill. I appreciate that. Oh, there's my alarm. All right. We are live with Gutfeld. Anyways, he should not have been killed. I agree, man. But are you willing to say the same about people like Melissa Hortman? Do you condemn what happened to Paul Pelosi? I didn't see nearly as many of the right clutching their pearls when one of our representatives' members... The demon sound? Gave you PTSD. What's the demon sound? Oh, are you talking about the whisperings in the wind? Anyways, if you guys are enjoying, don't forget to like and subscribe. Really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there in the algorithm. MAGA in Israel. Well, I don't think the entire population of Israel are PDF files. I do think the right-wing government that is controlling them is just disgusting. Oh, here we go. See, you guys can't stop lying about shit. Melissa Hortman was killed by a Democrat. No, she was not. You guys just can't stop lying. It's so embarrassing. And even if that were the case, does that give you the right to make fun of it? As many Republicans did? Even if I concede to your framing that it was a Democrat, which I'm fairly sure it was a Republican, but even if I concede to your framing, is it okay for your representatives to make fun of that? Oh, yes, I knew it. Yeah, no King's protest in the car, although he was registered a Republican and had made social media posts about how the Democrats are evil. Yeah, I'm sure. You know that fucking the right wing does this. They do these false flags, you know? That's what they got it in their head ever since Sandy Hook, so that's what they do. No, she should have lived and she stood on business. Yeah, Melissa Hortman was a badass, dude. It's incredibly heartbreaking. So, you see that I'm not celebrating what happened to Charlie Kirk, and I see that you're not celebrating what happened to Melissa Hortman. So can we please just like get away from this and talk about policy and stuff like that instead of just being at each other's throats thinking we want to kill each other? I do not want to hurt I could never bring harm to my fellow American. Yes, even if it was 1 mile away from your house, my friend, we know what the man was accused of and we know his fucking past. He was not a Democrat.
Purposes.
Anyways, if anybody disagrees, feel free to call in. The lines are open. We had a good conversation yesterday with a pretty cool individual, so hopefully we can have some more conversations like that. And I think we ended up agreeing on a couple things, so that's the goal. I really don't like the charged atmosphere how it is right now with the divisiveness that's going on. She was a left-leaning person. She chose how other voted as a speaker. Oh. Oh, you sent me a picture of the gift your mother got you. Well, let me take a look, brother. Oh, that's super cool. Little Rubik's Cubes. Hell yeah, dude. Those look sick. I would say, like, I'd replace Israel with the Likud, and maybe you'd have a point. But not the entire state of Israel. I'm sorry, my friend. I agree with you on the MAGA part, but you know, it's kind of hard for an entire country to be filled with PDF files. Anyways, we'll be getting started here in a moment. I just have some messages I need to check. You guys should be getting excited for Rage and Resist. I think we're gonna have some pretty fire episodes here soon. But those are sick, Bill. Also, I plan on doing a lot more shorts content here soon, so get excited for that. And if you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. And if you want to be extra awesome, feel free to send me a donation on Ko-Fi. The link is pinned in the comments. I really appreciate whatever donations you guys feel like sending my way. I'm saving up for a new computer, so hopefully that can come soon. But things are expensive nowadays. What's up, Chef? How we doing today? Actually, not Likud, but the left-wing Labor Party. No! We can't have the left-wing Labor Party. It's the only opposition. Anyways, I'll be getting started here in one moment. Just checking off all my cylinders here. And Pokemon Home is not updated yet. Fire and Red Leaf Green, where it will be later on. Oh, interesting. Working as usual? Well, I hope you have a good day at work, my friend. I hope you enjoy your work. Cooking up some delicious, absolute delicious meals, I bet. Anyways, I'm just doing a couple more things before we get started, guys. My apologies, my apologies. I guess we have been streaming for almost 15 minutes now. Your favorite black conservative. Hell yeah. I'm such an enlightened being, you know, I don't see race. No, I think I do find it weird that people are racist. Like, it's just not something that really, like, somebody's skin color just never really enters my mind, but oh, private chef, okay. Well, I'd say we can probably get started now. To begin with, I actually wanted to start off with a video by Mr. Beat, the fellow lib chad that is right near me, actually. He lives very close, and he's a cool dude. So we're going to watch a video by him that kind of explains his current push to uncap the House of Representatives industrial battery technician. Hey, hell yeah, man. That sounds like a pretty dope job, honestly. But he currently has a push to uncap the House of Representatives, and I haven't quite heard his arguments yet. I've seen a couple of them. I'm typically always behind my homeboy, Mr. Beat, but let's hear his reasoning. Hey, bud, hope things have been good. They've been okay. Interesting turns of events left and right, but that's not going to stop the content. If anything, it's probably going to increase the content and increase its output. Anyways, let me get my window capture activated. Get on Brave here, and we'll turn the campaign contributions to the by the 100 wealthiest Americans all going to Republicans off. Anyways, again, this is Mr. Beat. He is a fellow lib content creator based in the great state of Kansas, one of the most beautiful states in the entire union. So go give him a like, go give him a sub, and yeah, we'll begin.
Do you know why we have 435 members in the House of Representatives? Isn't it in the Constitution or something? No! How about this? Do you know how many members were in the very first House of Representatives? Wasn't it 435? Wait, I'm actually not sure. It was 65. The very first House of Representatives in 1789 had just 65 members. Only 65? Why? Well, House representation is apportioned by population, and in 1789 the population of the United States was roughly 3.9 million people, which produced a representation ratio of about 1 representative for every 30,000 constituents. So the House was much smaller, but representation was actually closer to the people? Exactly, and that was intentional. The House of Representatives was designed to be as close to the people as possible.
He's not a lib in the traditional liberal democracy sense. He's a centrist. Well, yeah, okay, I didn't know that. My bad. He is not a lib, but he is my fellow centrists. I think he does lean a little bit more on the lib side.
Were intentionally drawn to be small, with the number of seats growing as the population grew. So the House continues to grow. Not exactly. In the early years of the Republic, after every census, Congress reapportioned the House, and it steadily grew until 1920, that is. What happened in 1920? 1920. The country was changing rapidly. The 1920 census was the very first to record a population over 100 million people. Population growth, industrialization, immigration, and urbanization led to a rise in political conflict, especially between rural and urban areas. Plus, there was a bunch of immigrants. As a result, Congress failed to write a new apportionment bill
after the max representatives in the U.S. House. Oh fuck! Where did I just drop? Anyways, in the U.S. House used to be 437, with Alaska to Hawaii joining. I mean, I see the argument. It leads to better representation because more people, the more people you have to represent, the more you have to distill all their ideas into one central policy agenda. And that's a lot harder when you have a bunch of groups of people. But if you were to have a much smaller constituency, like he's saying, it would allow them to actually address issues on a much more local scale, and represent the district at a national level as well.
Census. So Congress just gave up? Yes and no. At first they debated, how large should the House be? What should be the representation ratio? Who should be counted for apportionment? Did they answer any of those questions? Not really. After 9 years
The House was
of
bigger, Bush
on
wouldn't
and
have
off
won against Al Gore. That's interesting.
debate, Congress passed the
Al Gore, dude. What could have been?
Permanent Apportionment Act of 1929.
What could have
effectively
been?
capping the House at 435 seats. So how many people were in each district at that time? About 220,000 people. So that's about one representative representing, on average, about 220,000 people. What about today? Closer to about one representative representing, on average, around 800,000 people.
Yeah, guys, it's almost to the levels of like a small nation of how many people they have to represent. I think it's a worthy goal to be pursuing by Mr. Beat. I do.
Wow. No wonder it's so freaking hard to reach my rep. They have so many people to speak with. Yep. You keep using that word, apportionment. What does that actually mean? Apportionment is basically the process of dividing up seats in a representative body. In our case, we're talking about the House of Representatives based on population. Okay, so it's how the House Representatives are divided among the states? Correct. Every 10 years, the federal government conducts a census. Based on that count, House seats are apportioned to the states, but the total number of seats doesn't change. Right, because the House is capped.
Climate change could be a memory like the ozone hole. I know. We missed a lot. Yeah, and we wouldn't have as much hatred towards green energy. We need to rebrand green energy to something more palatable for the American people, because they think green energy is just like this hippy dippy bullshit when it could be a major power contributor if we actually took it seriously in multiple different fields.
At 435. Okay.
For comparison, the UK has 650 seats with 70 million people. Yeah, they're beating us on the...
If one state...
Yeah, it needs this... Mr. Beat. It leads to this question of, do we live... We live in a representative democracy, right? But there needs to be a scale of how representative something is, because it's going to be much harder to represent a group of 800,000 people as it would be compared to a group of 800,000 people. It runs 2/3 of Germany's electricity. Yeah, and I think we need to brand it better, and also I think we need to embrace nuclear, guys. Like, nuclear energy is the future, and I don't know why we haven't. It's like Chernobyl scared the shit out of us, but most of the nuclear reactors these days are they're meltdown proof because of they use a thorium base rather than just the pure uranium.
It gains a seat, another one loses one. Yep, the Constitution guarantees that every state gets at least one representative, and the remaining seats are distributed using a mathematical formula called the method of equal proportions. And then the districts get drawn. Yes, but by the states. The federal government handles the census and apportionment. State governments handle district boundaries. So basically, apportionment decides how many voices a state gets. Yes, and districting determines how those voices are arranged. And as the population grows, but the House stays fixed, representation is diluted. Each representative not only serves more people, but larger areas and increasingly complex constituencies. Why does dilution matter? Because representation is the primary mechanism of self-government? What does that mean? Representation is essential for self-government. It performs three functions. First, communication. Representatives listen to their constituents.
Ooh, I like
and relay
that.
information
I like that, Bill. A
between the
better
people.
name for renewable energy came from ALAC Technology Connections, who said that it is energy that you don't use up. It's not wasted for decades. Interesting. Yeah, I there needs to be more acceptance of green energy. But we're actually going in the opposite direction as Donald Trump signs a bill that allows AI data center and technology companies to build their own energy sources next to their data collection centers. Great.
In the government. Second, power. Representatives carry the authority of their districts into Congress. They write the laws that we all live by. Third, responsibility. That power must be exercised carefully within constitutional limits and with accountability to the people. So when districts get too large, access declines. And when access declines, accountability weakens, which shifts power away from us, the people, right, and toward leadership structures, bureaucracies, and the executive branch. So, representation isn't just about numbers. It's about equality, man. Every American deserves equal access to the tools of government, and that tool is primarily representation. Without it, self-government becomes distant and abstract.
Kind of like how it is today, right, guys?
I don't know, man. How would expanding the House actually help our politics today? I'm skeptical. As you know, polarization and populism are on the rise, creating a very tense political environment. Polarization intensifies with scale. When districts become very large, elections reward confrontation over cooperation and emotion over reason. Because candidates must speak to hundreds of thousands of people at once? Exactly. Large districts incentivize simplified, emotionally charged messaging. Nuance doesn't travel that well at that scale. So smaller districts would change the incentives. Yes, expanding the House would reduce district size, making representatives more accessible and elections more competitive. That lowers the reward for extreme rhetoric. What about populist movements? Wouldn't expansion create more of them? Well, populism often arises when people feel unheard, when they feel distant from power, or when they feel excluded from their government. So it's a response to structural failure. Correct. When representation weakens, the freeway of self-government is jammed with traffic, and citizens look for side streets, strong personalities, demagogues, judicial and executive action. Expanding the House addresses that. It addresses the root causes, man. Smaller districts mean more.
I like Mr. B. He's funny.
More representatives who are closer to their constituents, more lanes for grievances to be heard, and fewer reasons to bypass the legislature and take a side street. So instead of suppressing populism,
That's an
it absorbs it.
interesting
It's more like
point,
it channels
honestly.
it into something more productive. Legitimate public frustration is not eliminated, it's represented. That is how constitutional
By the way, if you guys are
systems
enjoying the stream,
diffuse
don't forget to like
instability
and
by
subscribe. It
sharing
really helps out the channel and gets me
and
boosted out
polarization,
there.
It's reduced. More seats mean more ideological diversity within parties, fewer winner-take-all contests, and less dependence on nationalized political identities. So expansion doesn't weaken democracy. No, in fact, it strengthens it. It releases the pressure of populism and empowers self-government.
I think you'd see a lot of Americans getting behind this initiative. I do. Because you hear the number one complaint, excuse me, the number one complaint you hear from a lot of people is that I see a lot of their complaints are based in not seeing the government do what it's supposed to do. And it is doing what it's supposed to do in terms of like keeping us safe from diseases and stuff, and making sure our water's clean. But though you're able to accept those as just a part of reality rather than seeing it for the luxury that it is. And so I think if more people, if there was better representation in this way, that would be huge. People would be able to actually see how the government is working for them. Because at the end of the day, this is a government by the people for the people. And if the people feel like it's not a government for them, then we've kind of, I mean, we kind of lost the plot. I'm getting more behind this initiative every time I hear about it.
Now, do we need a constitutional amendment to expand the House? Nope, just a simple bill. Really? Meaning Congress could just change it? Yes. In fact, the 2030 census is fast approaching, and with political polarization on the rise, it would be a great time to release the pressure and share power back with the people. Dang. So what can people like me do to help? Well, you can start by demanding clarity from your representative. Write your representative and ask them where they stand on uncapping the House and representation ratios. Call them if you have to. How can I do that? Go to your representative's website. You can email them on there or call them there. Ask them to support repealing and replacing the Permanent Apportionment Act of 1929 and expanding the House after the 2030 census. You can also go to the No Cap Fund website and sign our Declaration of Representation, or even sign up
Did
to
I miss a
volunteer, man.
message?
You can find a local representation community event, or make a donation if you choose.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. And go check out Mr. Beat, by the way. Cool guy.
Self-government. Right as rain, Toots.
Yeah. I'd say I'm behind this. We need we need better representation. My solution for that is getting rid of gerrymandering. However, this would boost that effort because it would lead to less people it would lead to less of a ability to encapsulate a lot of people that don't actually believe the same thing, but are getting grouped together for a district so that district can be competitive. Yada, yada, yada. You know what I'm talking about. Anyways, Americans would block George Carlin today just because, but not because he didn't have the same birth style as the people he made fun of. The only thing depressing about knowing the future and how the world ends is that absolutely nobody cares beyond the love of idiocracy. Well, I don't think it's the end of the world necessarily. I do think cool heads will prevail. And I don't think our democracy is lost. However, yeah, I was kind of wondering that too. Birth style? Anyways, I don't think our democracy is lost. As a matter of fact, I think after Trump, we will spring forth into a new era of freedom, liberty, and justice for all. So I have hope for the future, and I recommend people do too, because if you don't have hope, then you're just going to think it's all over, and what's the point in talking about politics, you know? We do live in a bit of an idiocracy. I won't lie there, but I think we're coming back. You know, you're seeing the ability of more and more people to oppose the Trump agenda, and so I think that's a good sign that our democracy will stand, and we're winning a bunch of special elections. So. Whoa. For some reason, my nicotine pouch burned up against my lip piercing. Very fun times we got here. Anyways, we're going to get started on our PBS NewsHour here in a moment. Let me read the chat a little bit. By the way, if you guys support the stream, feel free to send me a tip on Ko-Fi. No pressure there, of course. And what you can do for free is like and subscribe. And you get a lot of content when you like and subscribe. Okay, folks? I don't know of any... I'm trying to think of any deal that's as good as that like and sub button. It's quite a deal. So I recommend it. And I know a lot of other people do too. Anyways, let's get started on our PBS NewsHour.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Bennett.
And I'm
Let's go! Fucking love these people. The clowns on the left and jokers on the right work together to sacrifice Jesus Christ. I don't know about that one, man. I don't even believe in that guy, so it'd be hard to sacrifice something I don't believe. But no problem if you do believe that.
On the NewsHour tonight, Hillary Clinton testifies to congressional lawmakers over the Epstein files, while the Justice Department looks into whether documents mentioning President Trump were withheld from the public.
The Trump administration halts Medicaid funding to Minnesota over allegations of fraud.
And a whistleblower warns that ICE recruits are not receiving proper training.
Oh shit, I didn't hear about this. Got a whistleblower story about ICE.
It is a recipe for someone else to die, potentially for multiple people to die, and it's going to be done by officers who deserved better from this government.
Odin, are you okay, man? No offense, I'm just... The things you're typing in my chat are giving me a bit of a pause. I just want to ask, is everything good? We care about you out here, gang.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by...
Cunard is a proud supporter.
I have a friend like Odin. This is called an episode. Well, thank you, Delco, for deciphering that for me. I was kind of wondering it too.
Of public television.
Hopefully they pass.
On a voyage with Cunard, the world awaits.
What is
A world
this?
of flavor, diverse destinations, and immersive experiences.
Wait, why do they have a British voice?
A world of leisure.
This isn't an American. This isn't an American
British
cruise
style.
line.
All with Cunard's White Star service.
Okay, we are in a desperate state, ladies and gentlemen. Please, go like and subscribe to PBS NewsHour, and please, for the love of God, donate to them if you can. We've got the damn crowns funding our PBS NewsHour now.
And friends of the NewsHour, including Robert S. Kaplan and Wendy J. Selden through the Raymond James Charitable Endowment Fund.
Okay, well, American Cruise Line is on there, but...
And with the ongoing support of these individuals and institutions.
What are you why are you talking about stem cells, man? By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. You're going to hear me say that a little bit since I'm on short, so... But anyways, I do a show every day where I talk about the news and politics. I do call-ins, which are pretty fun too, and I have a podcast every Monday. I host with my good friends Mina and Rootsy. So if that interests you, I recommend giving a like and subscribe. I do not... Okay, Odin, I'm sorry. I'll clear up the accusations now. I do not buy placentas. and sell them on the black market. I don't know what Odin is talking about here, but I want to make that very clear.
This program was made possible by the contributions to your PBS station from viewers.
From viewers like you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Welcome to the NewsHour. Members of the Republican-led House Oversight
Enjoy
Committee
my
questioned
war on
Hillary Clinton for
intelligence
more
and
than
children? Well, it seems like the right is much more interested in hurting children than me. The right is out here protecting PDF files. I'm just out here advocating for expanded healthcare.
in 6 hours today as part of its investigation into the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The former
Okay,
Secretary
that's
of
funny.
State told lawmakers she had no information on Epstein's criminal activities.
During a closed-door session, Clinton said she also did not recall ever meeting Mr. Epstein and never flew on his plane or visited his island, homes, or offices. Today's meeting was the first of 2 days of closed-door depositions for the House Oversight Committee of both Clinton and her husband, former President Bill Clinton.
There were a lot of questions that we asked that we, weren't satisfied
Oh,
with.
dude, here we go. We knew they would do this. They would be like, oh, there was a lot of things said in there. You just wait. Just wait for I don't want to talk about what I heard, but you just wait. Meanwhile, she answered every question truthfully and to the best of her knowledge. And turns out she didn't have any connection to old Jay Epstein. All right, Odin, please stop talking about placentas, man. I don't care. Adrenochrome, I take it every morning before I get my day started. Okay? Stop talking about the adrenochrome. Donald Trump's on like 50 of them. That's 50 separate children Donald Trump had to eat to gain the powers of adrenochrome. I source mine from animals, man. I'm a very good lizard person. Anyways,
answers that we got, but we will continue to move forward.
Democrats on the committee argued their Republican colleagues did not take the deposition seriously.
Today, we are sitting through an incredibly unserious clown show of a deposition where members of Congress and the Republican Party are more concerned about getting their photo op of Secretary Clinton than actually getting
just boost some adrenochrome on your lunch break? Hell yeah, man. That'll age you back by at least a couple years. Fuck yeah, dude. The adrenochrome's my favorite one, dude. Because that's like, even if all the shit about like Pizzagate, even if that's all true, there's no evidence to suggest that people are drinking the blood for the adrenal properties or whatever. It's just so it's one of the craziest conspiracies.
Truth and
but honestly, that's the Republican Party right now. Like, the Republican Party is deep in the conspiracy hole, dude. And I don't know how to get them out. Like, they asked Hillary Clinton about aliens. That's the modern Republican Party. They didn't ask, towards the end, they asked about aliens. So it's just so obvious they don't care about the victims of Jeffrey Epstein or this entire case. It's so obvious, and I feel bad for people being represented by these scumbags, dude. I'm represented by a pretty bad scumbag myself, Tracy Mann. He's one of the most partisan losers in the entire Congress. But don't worry, he's gone. We're going to have a Democrat here in Kansas. I'm actually very excited. It will be a rejection of Trump's extremist agenda that he is implementing on the Republican Party. I say it all the time. I want a Republican Party that is able to work. I want a working Republican Party. That's not what it is under Donald Trump right now. It is MAGA and nothing else. If you're not MAGA, you are not part of the Republican Party. And I say, that's fine if the Trumpers want to do that, but they are going to find come these midterms that approach doesn't work. And a big tent coalition like we have is going to decimate them in the polls.
Holding anyone
Not the polls, the elections.
accountable.
My apologies.
Neither Bill nor Hillary Clinton have been accused of wrongdoing.
Republican marketing has been about gathering disillusioned people who were scorned by political correctness and general intelligence. There's a lot of sad dummies out there. Yeah. Well, I think a lot of my Americans that voted for Donald Trump, they just voted on a waterfall of lies coming out of his mouth, and they were deceived by a lot of the right-wing media to believe that he was something that he's not. And so I don't think they're necessarily dumb. I think they're just inundated with a bunch of misinformation that's just wrong. And provably so. So that's why I fight so much to bring them on my side and try not to see and try not to be as partisan. Oh, you are in for a rude awakening, you dumb shit. Well, my friend, I have bad news for you if you're a Republican, because we've been winning special election after special election. I don't even think we saw this under the first Trump term. This much of a reject of his ideas. Boy, you are lost and completely unarmed. Are you threatening to hurt me, Tunes Boss? Are you that big of a baby that you can't argue your ideas with words and you have to threaten somebody? I'm sorry you're such a big baby. I wish you luck on growing up and realizing that other people have opinions than you. I wish you luck, my friend.
In connection with Epstein's crimes, but Bill Clinton has said he previously had a professional relationship with the convicted sexual offender. For more on today's testimony, I'm joined now by Justice correspondent Ali Rogan. So, Ali, today. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there. I think we're gonna hit a like. We're gonna have a like goal of 25 today. That's the goal. So make sure to like and subscribe if you guys aren't already. Today's session was behind closed
and I really appreciate all the support you guys have been giving me. It means a lot to me.
Doors between Clinton and members of the committee. What did we learn today about any ties between Secretary Clinton and Epstein?
Well, on Hillary.
Shit for brains. See, they have to like insult and name call because they know they're in a losing position. But let's see what Tunes Boss said. Shit for brains, you are one unable to argue with words. I'm not your friend, you stupid fuck. I'm still gonna call you my friend. But, what are you trying to argue right now? You're just trying to hurl insults, which is rather embarrassing, you know. I just imagine, like, your existence right now. You are probably mid-40s, probably, I'm not going to mention on your marital status, but you are just typing away in the chat. It's very embarrassing.
Hillary Clinton just came to the microphones and spoke
Yep, Tunes Boss forgot to boof his adrenochromes today.
To the media following today's proceedings. She said she answered questions as best she could. She called the day long and repetitive, maintained that she has never met Jeffrey Epstein and that she had no knowledge of his or Ghislaine Maxwell's crimes. She
Just
also
10 seconds.
Said that
yeah, that's true. You get auto unbanned if you like the stream.
The end of the questioning today, it took an unusual turn, and she spoke about, she was asked about things like UFOs and Pizzagate.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. The Republican Party is just unserious, dude. What serious person asks about fucking UFOs in a congressional hearing? It's pathetic, and it's obvious they're just trying to play games. That's all the Republicans care about, is just playing games and not speaking to the American people's issues.
that scandal from the first Trump campaign season. We want to play for you a piece of what she said today.
I answered every one of their questions as fully.
Gosh, what could have been, dude? Could you imagine a world where Hillary Clinton won? We'd probably be doing Mars missions by now. Just imagine a world where Hillary Clinton won. She would have taken Syria and Russia seriously. I guarantee you Russia wouldn't have invaded Ukraine. Well, it's impossible. It's impossible to tell, but she was no friend of Russia. She fucking hated Russia. And I think that's what we needed, honestly. And that's what we're going to need after Trump, too. We're going to need a strong leader who understands the democracy as it is and wants to improve it. I see Gavin Newsom in that role right now, I can't lie, but I've seen some other front runners that are pretty fire. I think Mark Kelly is my personal favorite pick, but he needs to get his name out there a little more.
As I could, based on what I knew, and what I knew is what I said in my statement this morning.
Sent me a lower corner suggestion. All right, bet. Let's take a look. Oh, that is adorable. Thank you so much, Bill. That is adorable. Sorry, the screen probably went black for you guys. My apologies. Yep, I like that idea. Give me a moment while I put it up.
I never met Jeffrey Epstein, never had any connection or communication with him.
The committee members also said that Hillary Clinton today gave them suggestions for other people to try to depose. And committee chairman James Comer said
Mark
that
Kelly is
repeatedly
horrible?
she answered
How?
questions by saying,
Mark
I
Kelly
don't
is
know.
a
You'll have to
patriot,
ask
my
husband."
friend.
Well, we've heard the Clintons and the representatives
Oops.
argue House
That's not
Republicans
good.
here
You
are
guys
operating
don't
in
see
what they
that.
call
You guys don't
partisan
see that.
political theater. At one point today, there was some back and forth between them, the Clintons, and the Republicans on the committee. Tell us about that.
That's right. During right before the meeting
But no,
started,
Mark Kelly is an
Congresswoman Lauren
amazing representative. Everyone that sat during the... Oh my goodness, dude. You really fell for Trump's stupid attempt to make our Democratic leaders look bad. What about the time here? We can bring up the amount of times that Republicans have sat for Biden during something that is objectively good. I think it was stand if you want to bring down the deaths of fentanyl deaths or something like that. And every Republican just sat. Dude, it's obviously just theater. And you fell for it, man. You fell hook, line, and sinker. And this is why I advocate so much against Donald Trump. Trump got his current wife from Epstein. Shouldn't they ask her some questions? I've seen those accusations a little bit, but I haven't seen it. Here comes with the whataboutism. No, it's to show that that was just performative, and it happens every state of the union. Why don't you actually talk about policies and what's going to actually affect Americans? Why are you so... How about this? Let's talk about the Epstein files. A lot of the American people want to see what's in those files and are asking the DOJ why they've withheld 50 pieces of information, 50 pages of information that involve an interview with someone that's accusing Donald Trump. Epstein was arrested and killed during Donald Trump. I agree. That's why it's so sus. I agree. That is weird. Yeah, why was he arrested and killed during Trump's administration? That is kind of strange. Biden had the files for 2 years. They wanted to bury Trump. No, my friend. See, they had an active investigation going on the entire time Biden was president. And oh my God, you're trying to say that the DOJ is separate from Trump. That's why Trump got called out when he accidentally tweeted a private message saying they needed more political persecution indictments on Twitter that he meant to send to Pam Bondi. I mean, you can't make this shit up, dude. But again, if anybody disagrees, feel free to call into the line here. It's open for MAGA, and let me see if it's going to go dark for one moment, guys. Let me put on something for you guys to look at while I bring this up. Yeah, no call-ins yet, unfortunately. But we'll see here. Do I maybe have notifications turned off? Here, let me check here. You know, I might have them turned off. You never know. Important bookmark. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing him turned off right now. Well, I'm sure MAGA will come own me in the, will come own me in the spaces of free debate and speech. We should pass the SAVE Act? Well, it's not passing, unfortunately for you, my friend. Got some bad news, but that bad girl is not passing.
Boebert,
This country, I disagree. I think this country is a beautiful and amazing place to express yourself, and I love this country. I would never hate this country.
Snapped a picture of Clinton, apparently sent it to MAGA influencer Benny Johnson, who posted it on X.
Oh, shout out to the biggest losers in right-wing media. Fucking Benny Johnson. Anyways, the Demon Rat Pizza Party. What a fun name. I wonder what this guy's politics are, right? Imagine making your entire existence against something. I advocate for local policies. I try to advocate for people I really think are going to move the country in a better direction. This guy literally made his entire existence be against Democrats. I feel bad for people like that, you know?
Oversight Committee ranking member Robert Garcia said everyone in the room was taken aback by this clear...
It'd be like if I named my channel... It'd be so cringy. It'd be like if I named my channel, The Destroyer of the Pedophile Party. Like, that'd be so fucking cringe, bro. But you decided to make your entire existence that, so... I don't know what to say to you, man. Good luck. Have fun. I'm glad you decided to stop by my channel, though. Thank you so much, man.
Of committee rules, so proceedings did temporarily pause, and then they did get back on track.
So this testimony, this session comes after months of negotiations with the Clintons. Just remind us how we got to this moment.
This hearing took a long time to...
The Burb Bard, you are unfortunately just racist. I hate to tell you that. If you think that people come into this country are R-worded and not as smart as Americans, I think you're just racist, man. I think you're just racist. I hate to tell you. I'm trying to think what else that could be. Xenophobic? Yes, but it's a little bit more, right? Because you think they're all just stupid. Unfortunately for you, my friend, the American population is aging out, and we need this. We need this support. And while you may think they are R-worded and stupid, they're willing to fill jobs that Americans aren't willing to do. So, no, you are wrong. You are completely wrong. The crime rate for these people are lower. The amount that they contribute to the economy is far higher than that of the even average American. Oh, geez. The Demon Rat Pizza Party, I've got bad news, man. You have been inundated with a massive wave of information. Do you want me to Google the Appalachian average IQ, the Burb Bard? Would you like me to do that as well? We have dumb people here, my friend. And, I highly doubt the testing standards of Somalia are very adequate, to be honest. I'd be interested to see how that data is gathered.
schedule. Initially, the Clintons sought to argue that
But we've all known that IQ is like the worst way to tell the intelligence of a population for a while. That's why many people, psychologists, advocate for different types of testing people's intelligence rather than just IQ, because somebody's intelligence can't just be put to a certain number.
this subpoena was invalid and could not be enforced. Then the committee moved towards a full House of Representatives vote on contempt of Congress. Then the Clintons said they would testify, but only in public. Oversight.
By the way, thank you guys so much for the support. If you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel.
Committee Chairman James Comer said,
Bro. See, like, it's so funny because you guys believe in all these like different conspiracies. But the biggest conspiracy of the century, maybe, is staring you right in front of the face, and you guys refuse to acknowledge it. You refuse to, and I think that is so sad. I'm done, but the doctor says I'm special. Well, I think you're a special person, Gary. I think you're dope. And your doctor is absolutely chattered out.
And that he would interview them the same way everyone else has been interviewed on that committee, which is...
Who's Brian Maxwell? Never heard of the guy. Yeah, never heard of the guy, man.
Closed-door videotape with the video and transcript released.
Looks like... Oh, so is that why Trump's name is mentioned more times than the God in the Bible? A bunch of Democrats to me. It's like you guys have blinders on. You will see any Democrat, but the moment that you see a Republican, it's over. It's, yeah, Trump idolatry. Amen, man. That's exactly what it is. I feel bad for you guys. I feel bad for you guys.
Subsequently, clearly they arrived at a resolution, Amna, because these members made their way to Chappaquiddick, New York for today and tomorrow.
So they heard from Secretary Clinton today. Tomorrow they hear from former President Bill Clinton. Is that right?
That's correct. And though, of course, being mentioned in the files is not a suggestion of wrongdoing, Bill...
Oh my God, that is the most cope I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, they were just talking about how much they hate Trump. Gosh, you are really... You're just inundated. No, as a matter of fact, the times Trump is mentioned is implicating Trump in crimes. Okay, so how do you feel about the DOJ deleting 50 pages worth of interviews between the FBI and a female victim who claimed that Trump assaulted her? Why did they delete that? If it's all about how much they hate Trump, that doesn't sound like Epstein and Bannon discussing how much they hate Trump. Not at all.
Bill Clinton indisputably had a closer relationship with both Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell than did Hillary. Epstein visited the White House.
Well, I can't show one file because they deleted them, unfortunately. But NPR did an entire investigation. You guys can go check it out.
While Clinton served in office, Clinton traveled.
But unfortunately, if I don't serve you right now, you guys will think I'm dodging.
Socialized with the two of them.
I'm twisting the facts? No, I'm not, my friend. You guys can, you can cope all you want, but I am not twisting any facts. The fact that Trump and Epstein were friends? No, they were friends. They were very good friends. And then when Epstein got found out, Trump tried to cover his ass and tried to be like, no, I wasn't doing anything wrong. It's like when a drug kingpin gets busted and their sergeant calls the police office saying, oh God, I knew he was really doing something bad. Why did Epstein hang himself? I gotta be honest. I don't think Epstein hung himself, dude. Somebody killed him. Like, that's not even a conspiracy. We've got multiple forensics investigators saying that man did not kill himself. And it makes sense, right? Like, if Trump was in deep with Epstein, right? And he became president. I mean, who has the will and who has the means to kill somebody in a secure federal prison? That would be Donald Trump now, wouldn't it? That would be Donald J. Trump. But yes, that would be Donald J. Trump, ladies and gentlemen. Multiple? Yes, many different people have come out saying that Donald Trump, or not Donald Trump, saying that Jeffrey Epstein's suicide doesn't add up. Why? To shut him up. Yeah. Exactly. That would be the exact reason why. To shut him up. Yes. You're hitting on to it. To shut him up, ladies and gentlemen. That's why Jeffrey Epstein was killed by Donald Trump. Who else is it going to be? For real, I want you to ask yourselves, who else would it be? Who has the means and who has the ability? It was the guy on the grassy knoll wearing the Loch Ness suit. You know, I was thinking that myself, but unfortunately, he was taken up with his time traveling nonsense to do that. No, this isn't crazy conspiracy land, my friends. This is a very logical step if you take all the information and put it together. You're delusional? No, my friend. I think it's much more delusional to say, oh, well, the guy that's implicated more than 100 times didn't want to kill him. It was these other people. Yeah, maybe it was the Sasquatch. I'm not the one being delusional right now. You guys are the ones that are taking leaps and bounds to defend them. Anyways, let's continue.
As is evidence from many of the photos that have been released over the months from the Epstein files. And a Clinton spokesperson has maintained that Bill Clinton knew nothing of either individual's crimes.
And here, I'll say this too. If Slick Willie is implicated in any way of harming children, I want that man put into prison. But I need you to have the same heat for Donald Trump. But you guys won't. You guys don't have any of the heat for Donald Trump, and I wonder why that is. Like, you guys were all about holding government officials accountable. So I just think it's a gross betrayal of your guys' own philosophy. Trump is a crooked bastard just like his dad? Yeah? Oh, his dad was very racist, unfortunately. That's something that you learn when you study into the Trumps. Very racist man.
As for the rest of the...
Because there is even more evidence for the people that you guys are claiming are the real ones implicated. There's more evidence. Trump is named more times in the Epstein files than God is named in the Bible. Guilty until proven innocent. My friend, I'm sorry, but that's just not the case. I am basing this off of how he acts in public about this stuff. Liberals are absolute scum. See, this is just so sad because I don't think that Republicans are all absolute scum, but you guys seem to think we are all just the scum of the earth. You are R-worded. Well, then come and debate me. Call in, man. If you are if you're such a master, if I'm such an imbecile, then it should be rather easy to own me in front of all these people. But Maybe not. Maybe you guys are actually the ones that have mental disabilities, and I'm not. That guy doesn't think. I like that one. I think I might use that at some point. Thank you. Anyways, let's
The
continue
schedule.
on.
This committee is also going to hear from Epstein's accountant and his lawyer. We also learned today that Chairman Comer is open to requesting that Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick testify. Lutnick has had to revise his statement several times about the nature of his relationship with Epstein, so it makes sense that the committee would want to hear from him.
While we have you, another piece of related news I want to ask you about. We've seen reporting from multiple outlets this week that the Justice Department with
I don't debate stupid. Well, that just sounds like you're coping, my friend. That just sounds like you're coping. And see, this is sad because I believe that with enough time and enough information, I can change anybody's mind. I think it's sad that you guys think the only way, that you can't even convince me. I think I'm rather reasonable, honestly. Can we have a boxing match? Yeah, sure, I'm down. I'm a little rusty on the bag though, so yeah, I may not be throwing the most beautiful Hail Marys in the world, but I think I'd be able to hold you a little bit. This country is going to be red for the next 50 years. Oh God, that is some crazy cope. That is some crazy cope, my friend. Wow. Anyways. What does the Democrat Party have to offer the United States of America? Oh, we have so much more to offer than the Republican Party. All the Republican Party can offer is just fear-mongering and policies that don't actually affect the average individual. They affect the top 1%. If you want to know the policies I support things like a public option for healthcare to an eventual free healthcare for all. I support things like infrastructure reform, something the Republicans are deathly afraid of. I support things like investing into communities for things like small businesses and really reinvigorating the heart of small town America. I support things like that. This lib has probably never touched a sport ball in his life. Fuck, you got me, man. No, I used to play a little bit of football back in the day. Not so much anymore, though. Not really something I do.
held and removed some of the Epstein files related to President Trump. What do we know about that?
Yes, this is related.
No, Democrats are not the party of the lookout boogeymen. You guys are the ones that are fear-mongering about illegal immigrants, about trans women in sports. You guys are the one fear-mongering about that. What are we fear-mongering about? Water boy. No, my friend. I was, well, I wasn't on a team. I just played with my friends. Anyways.
Related to...
I'm sorry. I was on the debate team, okay? I have no problem admitting that. I loved the debate as a high schooler. I think it really helped out my ability to socialize as well, So the Bird Bard, what you're saying is actually untrue. Now, I understand when being inundated with right-wing media that the reality of the situation may have escaped you. So those 300K children are actually administratively missing. Now, what does that mean? Administratively missing only means that ICE has no way to contact the child after they drop them off with a parent or guardian. And so that 300K number only comes from ICE complaining that they have no way to contact these people after they drop them off with a guardian or parent. It's not people actually missing. It's administratively missing from ICE's database. And I, for one, do not support the government constantly keeping tabs on people. So I think that's totally fine for them to be administratively missing. I don't watch mass media. Neither do I. They're not missing, though. You don't know what you're talking about. Fearmonger, the 40% of Americans that will be unable to vote. Yeah, I mean, that's just a reason. That's just something based in facts and statistics. If you pass the SAVE Act, almost 40% of Americans wouldn't be able to vote. That's not fear-mongering. That's just stating facts. Fear-mongering would be like, look out for all those illegal immigrants. They're coming to kill and steal and rape your women. Something that Donald Trump does pretty frequently.
Notes from 4
No, they're not missing, my friend. They are not missing from the system. They are administratively missing from ICE's database, not the database of the U.S. government as a whole. Not that there is some giant database that keeps tabs on every civilian. That would be extremely dystopian. 40% of Americans can't go to the DMV. Well, I'm glad you asked that. So 40% of Americans, they may be able to go to the DMV. However, many states have different requirements for what you need to get an ID. So here in Kansas, it's a relatively simple process because we've had voter ID laws ever since our inception. So it's not necessarily a big issue here because we have so many different ways to get a form of ID. However, in places like Alabama, places like Louisiana, it's much harder to get a state-issued ID. And so, right there, it would be a lot harder. It's made up. How do you know it's made up? You're just saying it's made up because it doesn't agree with your worldview. That 40% number represents women, teenagers who don't understand the system, a lot of people, and those people just so happen to be Democratic voters. Kind of weird how that turns out, isn't it? Dude, you're just making up something. Here comes you guys just want me, like, you guys, I've never heard that argument I've never made the argument that black people are too dumb to get an identification. They're not missing. I'm sorry, my friend, that ICE cannot keep a giant database of people. I apologize. I don't think that's right.
Interviews that the FBI conducted with
especially after they've been handed off to a parent or foster parent. Would you consider, is somebody who is living with their mom and going to school every day, are they missing? Please tell me. Are they missing? If you're a teenager, no, my friend, everybody should have a representative vote. Everybody deserves a vote, even if they're quote unquote, in your words, too dumb. I don't think any of them are stupid. I don't think any of my fellow Americans are stupid. You're the one making that argument, not me.
one woman in 2019 after Epstein.
I'm not calling them stupid. I'm calling them normal. What are you talking about? Some people don't have time to go to an ID place. Some people don't have time. This is a very busy world we live in, my friend. You mean someone who... Okay, well, no, it's not someone who claims to be a parent. Obviously, these people have passed identification checks and stuff like that. I'm sorry, man, but your whole 300 missing children argument is bullshit. You know it. I know it. Oh, geez. Now we've moved the goalpost. I see. Do you need a green card in Kansas, or is it recreational? You can't smoke weed at all in Kansas, and I would never smoke weed in my life. That is a horrible drug that you should stay away from. Anyways.
Was arrested, the DOJ did release notes from one of those interviews in which the woman accuses Epstein of sexually assaulting her when she was as young as 13 years old. But several media outlets noted that the notes from the 3 other interviews were missing, and that based on other documents that they could triangulate, there was information implicating potentially President Trump in those missing documents. In response to this, the DOJ has said that it is reviewing those files and that, quote, should any document be found to have been improperly tagged in the review process, the department will, of course, publish it consistent with the law. Amna.
It's our justice correspondent, Ali Rogan, beginning our coverage tonight. Ali, thank you.
You bet.
I don't believe so. If you don't have skin in the game, you shouldn't be able to vote. That's taxation without representation, my friend. You're not paying taxes. Everybody pays taxes. There's no real way around that, unless you're breaking the law. And in that case, I think you should be thrown in prison. Unfortunately, Donald Trump doesn't agree with me because he's defunded the IRS by massive amounts. Unfortunately.
We start the day's other headlines in Cuba. A U.S. official tells the NewsHour that at least 2 individuals involved in yesterday's speedboat shooting were U.S. citizens, and that the owner of the vessel claims it had been stolen by an employee. 4 people were killed, including one of the U.S. citizens. The incident took place in...
Excuses? No, man. I'm giving you the reason why people won't be able to get a voter ID. And I'm from a state that has a voter ID law. And let me tell you, it really does bring, a lot of people aren't able to vote that should be able to vote. A lot of them are Republicans. And so I would actively be hurting my political cause if I advocated against voter ID laws. But I want as much representation as possible. There should never be a person who is being taxed without representation. I am not partisan in this aspect.
In the waters off the island's north coast, Cuba's government said earlier the 10 people aboard the Florida registered boat were Cuban nationals who aimed to carry out a terrorist attack. On social media, Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel vowed, quote, Cuba will defend itself against any terrorist or mercenary aggression that seeks to undermine its sovereignty. While on the streets of Havana today, locals expressed their support for yesterday's shooting.
What they're doing is testing our strength to see how far they can go if no one stands up to them. But the fire we gave them was good. If they come, we'll shoot at them. If they shoot at us, we'll eat bullets. We will open fire if there are problems.
From the U.S. side, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said last night the U.S. government was in no way involved and that it is investigating the incident. In New York City, a Columbia University student...
To vote, you need to register. Agreed. Okay, trailer shift. I don't get your point. I really don't understand your point. Are you suggesting we just keep these people in prisons? Is that what you're suggesting?
Student was detained by ICE agents in her campus apartment today.
Oh yeah, thank you guys so much for the likes. If you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel. And if you feel like donating, donate to the Ko-Fi in the pinned comment there. I'm saving up for a new computer so I can actually bring you guys some better content, and I can stream to other platforms as well. Deport them to one of the Mexicos. Wow. How absolutely inspiring that is.
Then released hours later. Eli Agayeva is a senior from Azerbaijan and a self-described content creator. This morning, she wrote on Instagram, quote, "DHS illegally arrested me. Please help."
Immigrants are welcome here! Immigrants are welcome here!
Within hours, dozens had gathered at the campus gates in protest. Federal officials described Agayeva as an illegal alien whose student visa was terminated in 2016. Her release came after New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani said he discussed.
One sec, gamers. I am going to have to take a quick break. I got to call up my bank real quick. So I'm going to leave PBS on, but I will
the
be
arrest
like,
with President Trump during an unrelated meeting at the White House. Police in Buffalo, New York are investigating the death of a nearly blind refugee from Myanmar days after Border Patrol agents dropped him off alone at a coffee shop miles from his home. 56-year-old Nurul Amin Shah Alam, who spoke little English, had been jailed for a year on charges later resolved with a misdemeanor plea deal. Last week, he was released to Border Patrol agents who found he was, quote, not amenable to removal. According to U.S. Customs and Border Protection, quote, agents offered him a courtesy ride and, quote, he showed no signs of distress, mobility issues, or disabilities. A medical examiner ruled out exposure and homicide, saying his death was health-related. But Buffalo's mayor, Sean Ryan, said the decision to leave him was unprofessional and inhumane. In Geneva today, Ukrainian and U.S. officials gathered for talks aimed at ending Russia's war in Ukraine, now in its 5th year. Just hours earlier, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia launched a barrage of more than 400 drones and dozens of missiles across several regions. Officials say the bombardment targeted critical infrastructure and injured dozens of people, including children.
Yep, you guys got me.
An elderly couple.
You know, running these giant Ponzi schemes, they don't run themselves, ladies and gentlemen. I'm joking, by the way. For some reason, my card is not allowing me to send money. It's very strange.
People say their apartment was destroyed when their building was hit. They say there's little hope that the war will end soon.
We don't believe it. It won't end and Ukraine will be blown to pieces. We want them to reach an agreement, but they don't. And now we don't know where to go or what to do. Everything is destroyed.
President Volodymyr Zelensky said today the next round of trilateral talks involving Ukraine, Russia, and the U.S. will likely take place in Abu Dhabi in early March.
All right, gamers, I
In Afghanistan,
have to call
the sound
again,
of explosions
so I'll be right
rang
back.
out tonight in the capital city of Kabul, though there's been no word yet on casualties. It comes just hours after Afghanistan launched an attack on Pakistan, which it claims was retaliation for Pakistani airstrikes on border areas earlier the week. Afghanistan claims to have seized more than a dozen Pakistani army posts in the latest escalation between the two neighbors. Pakistan called Afghanistan's attack unprovoked and dismissed claims that any army posts had been captured. The FBI has reportedly fired more agents who worked on President Trump's classified documents case. The Associated Press and others report that at least 10 employees were terminated for helping investigate Trump's hoarding of documents at his Mar-a-Lago home after he left office in 2021. It's just the latest purge under FBI Director Kash Patel, who's fired dozens of employees for working on Trump-related cases or for being seen as disloyal. The FBI Agents Association condemned the firings, saying they, quote, weakened the Bureau by stripping away critical expertise and destabilizing the workforce. Warner Brothers Discovery said today that Paramount's revised bid for the company
I redeemed
is
too many
superior
Chuck
to
E.
its
Cheese tokens. The number needs not to be read to send money. Oh, okay. Got you. The 2 chickens in the 2 scale to calling in debate. Yeah, well, that's all right. Yep, I redeemed too many Chuck E. Cheese tokens, and the goddamn government wants to know, wants the ability to invest. You know, they're really pro crypto. So,
existing deal with.
Anyways, how do you guys feel about this? I think the conglomeration is too extreme right now. It's getting to the point where, like, media companies, it's only going to be like Netflix and WB now.
Netflix. Paramount raised its price for Warner Brothers to $31 a share this week as a best and final offer. In response, Netflix said it would not raise its offer for Warner Brothers, saying the deal is, quote, no longer financially attractive. Ahead of that news, shares of Warner Brothers ended slightly lower. Elsewhere on Wall Street, stocks struggled after a blockbuster earnings report from AI giant NVIDIA failed to win over investors. The Dow Jones Industrial Average managed to end a few points higher, but mostly flat. The Nasdaq lost nearly 270.
See my past 3 comments? Let me read. Was searching and found this. Like, that's not Ossoff. That's Clark Kent right there. Let's take a look. Famous Man of Steel, Clark Kent. Oh, geez. Look at this, man. Whoo-wee! Should have been pirating like me. Well, listen, okay? I was investing in the Chuck E. Cheese empire long before. Yeah, the Dow is below 50,000 right now, unfortunately. I feel like when she said that, it kind of like almost guaranteed the next day the Dow would fall back down. Corporations could get used to not owning the products anymore. I don't think so. I just think that too much conglomeration gets rid of any competition. And I'm very pro, like, competition. You know, I'm a capitalist out here, man. I want as much competition on the free market as possible. Anyways, let's continue on.
25 points on the day. The S&P 500 also closed in negative territory. Still to come on the NewsHour. Negotiations take place between the U.S. and Iran in an attempt to avoid an all-out war. Actor
Make Iran a parking lot because the parking lot around the United States are awful. Yeah, the parking spaces around here aren't the best. I can't lie. But that's why I say we need to support things like infrastructure reform, man. Do I get the pizza at Charles Entertainment Cheese, or are you a hot dog person? I can't lie. I'm a pizza guy. What can I say? I'm a big pizza fan. I think, dude, pizza is one of the most effective propaganda for American culture. Because you get one bite in that piece of pizza, it's over. You're an American. You instantly form a gut 10 times as big.
Rose Byrne.
Why did Obama spend 65,000 on hot dogs? I have no idea what you're talking about there, man. But I can only imagine because it's a big fan of hot dogs. Who isn't?
Discusses her Oscar.
I know Americans aren't the best with geography, but Iran is not near the U.S. Very true. I don't know what's going to happen with Iran, guys. I'm going to be honest. It's very opaque right now. You know, I've been paying attention to geopolitics for a while, and this is just, I have no idea what it could be. Bro said he likes the pizza. Okay, but come on, pizza versus hot dogs. Can we be real? The pizza's gonna fucking annihilate any time of the week. Any day of the week. Unless it's got the pineapple debuff. If it's got the pineapple debuff, it's over. Operation Praying Mantis 2 Nuclear Boogaloo? Let's fucking go. That sounds like a really good fucking movie.
Nominated performance in If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You. And our Settle In podcast challenges us to rethink the idea of Black history.
Interestingly, speaking of like Black history and you know, I'm looking into some interesting facts from each administration to see which ones have actually helped and which ones have harmed, because that was I didn't know a lot of the policies that affected the Black community, probably because I myself It's going to be hard to believe. Brace yourselves. I'm not African American. I know. Hard to believe. Now, so I've been doing a little research there. Just some periphery research right now about which ones could help and which ones couldn't. Now, that's not true. My favorite is not cheese pizza. Pepperoni pizza is by far the superior option there. Freddy Fazbear's in the files. Oh no. God damn it. Is Bonnie there? What about Chica? Five Nights at Freddy's was a pipe dream.
This is the PBS NewsHour from the David M. Rubenstein Studio at WETA in Washington, headquarters of PBS News.
Vice President J.D. Vance announced yesterday that the federal government would hold back $259 million in Medicaid funding from Minnesota over fraud concerns. The state and its welfare fraud scandals have become a target for the Trump administration, which deployed thousands of immigration
The thing
agents
is,
to
I
the
just
Twin
really
Cities in
haven't,
recent months.
besides the Feeding Our Future scandal, I just haven't seen any indictments come. Overcook the pepperoni, make it like tough like jerky. It's interesting. I'll think about it. My dream is to own a burger and pizza restaurant. Big fan of burgers, big fan of pizza. We can have hot dogs too. I'm not a hot dog eater. Anyways.
The vice president spoke in neighboring Wisconsin today.
The job of your government is not to open your borders and allow fraudsters to come in and take advantage of you. The job of your government is to shut the border and shut off the fraud, and that's exactly what we're doing in the Trump administration.
Democrats.
Listen, those Somalians are American, man. They've been here for over 30 years. They're not all fraudsters trying to take your money. All that Nick Shirley found was some good daycares that didn't let a creepy man with a camera in. Bet you eat corn on the cob the long way. You wish I ate corn on the cob the long way. I don't even... Okay, I've got a question. Has anybody ate the cob? Does anybody eat... Like, what is the purpose of... I mean, obviously, there's really no purpose. It's a vegetable, but... Has there been any attempt to eat the cob? Oh, we've got a call in. Let's open up. Hello, thank you for calling in.
Andy.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Accept. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. So, do you disagree with the prompt that Trump is hurting America?
Yeah, I'd have to.
All right. Well, what are some reasonings there?
Well, why do you think he is hurting America?
Well, one of my main criticisms of Donald Trump is his divisive language. When he says the Democrats are these evil people that want to, trans your kids and turn everybody gay and let in all the illegal immigrants, it makes people feel like the Democrats are just the bad guys. And I think that leads to a less healthy political atmosphere. I don't think Republicans are these evil demons. If MAGA was gone, I think I'd have some agreements with some Republicans. So I think that's the number one issue I have is this divisive language and his painting of us, essentially.
So let me ask you a question, just a simple one. What do Democrats stand for that is good for America?
We stand for... Oh, one moment. We stand for getting a public option into the... We stand on running a public option. We also stand on things like expanding rights for the LGBT.
What rights
we also
do they not
stand...
have?
What rights do they not have? Well, as of right now, trans women, and specifically trans women, are being targeted as if they are pedophiles and predators, and are not allowed to use restrooms that they identify as. But that's just a minor example.
But that's just simple reality. I mean, you can be what you want to be in this country, but you can't force everyone else to pretend that you are what you deluded yourself to believe you are.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily that. I think it's just allowing these people to have comfort in their life and to not have to go into an area that they wouldn't be accepted. For example, I've dated a trans woman in my life before. This girl, if she would have went into a male restroom, everybody would feel super awkward. And so I think it's, but I don't, those kind of policies aren't really necessarily what I talk about, to be honest. But that's my reasoning for why I think they should be allowed to use whatever restroom they want. I mean, the restroom at the end of the day is a place where you piss and shit. You know what I mean? I don't think anything freaky is going on in the restroom. But I do support maybe expanding security or something around these around public restrooms, because there is a lot of there is a rising number of cases where men are assaulting people in these restrooms. So I'm cool with security there, but the culture war has died and gone. You know what I mean? What other, nobody really cares about that stuff, really. So,
I don't think it's going to last much longer.
What, the culture war stuff?
No, the whole LGBTQ thing. I think that's just a phase that's going to fade out eventually.
Well, I disagree. I'm actually part of the LGBT, and the LGBT has been a staunch member in the American subconscious ever since Stonewall. And so I don't think we're going to fade out.
It has to do with sex. I mean, there's no...
No, not at all, man.
You can't have real love unless you have a mother, a father, children, and a family. Other than that, it's just physical attraction.
Not at all, my brother.
Absolutely.
Not at all. So you think two men... So wait, hold on. You think two men can't raise a child, and that you think that child will come out wrong? What's your point there?
Yeah, absolutely. That child will come out wrong when you're raised with two men rather than a mother and a father who show you what a family can be, along with other.
So what is the unique? Yeah, what is the unique trait that the mother has that the man does not have?
Mothers know how to take care of the household and the children, and
so a man can't take care of the household. Why can't a man do that? Is there something biological that's preventing them from doing that?
No, they can absolutely try, but they're not going to do as well as a mother would.
But why not? Just because that's the way it's always been?
Why do you think before all this insane stuff started, before divorce started, before homosexual marriage started, we had perfect suburbs with perfect families that were run perfectly. Everything went well.
Well, we didn't. You're talking about a fantasy right now. We didn't have that perfect lawns every day. You know, the murder rate of 1970 was almost 10 times higher than it is right now. What's up?
So the World War II generation didn't create a very nice culture after the World War ended. I mean, everything was nice. Everybody had a car, a house, a radio.
Well, that was because of the economic situation. America. Yeah, that's because of the
leftists rioting in the streets, setting half our cities on fire over nonsense.
We didn't have rightoids bombing abortion clinics. Yeah. So the point of that, I would say, is
how many abortion clinics were bombed?
There's a good amount. I think one is too many.
Yeah, I think one riot and burning down one city block for a man who got shot for a reason he should have got shot.
So what happened to those? What happened to those riots? Is there a rebellious state there now? Do we have to send in a suppression force?
What do you mean?
Well, you're saying that there were these huge riots and that they had such a lasting impact, and I would assume you're saying, I would assume that that would mean that there's like another state that is formed, because I mean, yes, there are going to be quote unquote riots and protests when people when people in government do horrible things.
No. It's never really been that way until the radical left. went
No,
insane
my
when
friend.
Trump
Yes,
got
it
into
was.
office.
Look at the civil rights movement.
Right. But they didn't have riots every single week.
Yes,
that
they
took over
did.
Most of the
Yes,
cities
they
in the
did.
country, where people burned things down, and the media stood there and said, "Look how peacefully we're protesting," as everything in the background burned to ash.
I don't think it was nearly as horrible as you're saying it is. And also, we
Of
have
course you don't. You're part of the left. You'll never admit the
See,
truth.
that's the thing though. I'll never admit the truth. I'm willing to accept that if yes, there were some buildings burnt down, that's bad and I condemn that. But I don't think
it
it's
wasn't
this
buildings burst down. Let's get it straight. It was people destroying stores, looting everything, killing people, burning everything in their path, blocking police, getting in the way of
killing
everything, causing
people.
all kinds
Oh
of
my
chaos that our
goodness.
country
You're
had
acting
never
as
seen
if
in the
you're
past,
acting
and
as
it's
this
all
was
because
a
leftists
savage
can't control
tribe
their
that got
emotions.
okay. You're acting as though this is a savage tribe that gained access to the armory. You know, this is not how
You mean
this
like
is
when
not
they
how
took
that
over a
went
police
down.
station? You mean like when they burn things down, take over police stations, create that stupid little zone they created in Seattle or other liberal place it was where they wouldn't let anybody in? Never
Well, I
in my
mean-
life did I ever think America would see days like this.
Never in my life did I think I'd see days where my own president is not condemning the death of a fellow American, but he does that all the time.
The death
What about
of who
are
exactly
you
are you talking
upset?
about?
Are
Don't
you
talk
upset
past it. Who
about
are you talking about?
Are you
The
upset
death of
about
who?
January 6th? If you're upset about what happened at the BLM protest, are you upset about what happened on January 6th?
You're talking about one incident compared to
Oh,
50
we're
incidents.
talking
Hey, let me
about
answer
one
your
incident.
question.
We're talking
Don't
about
cut
one
me off.
incident where we took over the Capitol.
Knock your teeth in the back of your fucking head. You interrupt me like that,
Whoa,
my face, you little fuck. Let me
whoa,
talk.
calm down, my friend. Calm
Let
down.
me speak, you little fuck.
You've been speaking for a while, my friend, and it's been nothing
I
but
don't give a fuck. What are you
misinformation.
gonna
So
shut
give
me
me
up?
a.
I'd like to see you try.
Oh, someone's upset.
No, I
Calm
just don't put
down.
up
We were
with
just
pussy
having a
ass faggots like
disagreement.
you.
We were just having a
January 6th,
disagreement because
January
you got caught in a hypocrisy that you think
I
this
didn't
was
even
all
finish
a
my
riot.
fucking
You were upset
explanation.
about all the riots, and then when I bring up January 6th, you're like, "Oh,
I'm
that
gonna
was
take
just
advice
one
from
time."
Somebody who has poop sex with another man.
Poop sex with another man. I don't know what type of porn you're watching, man,
Your
but I
girlfriend
highly
had a
recommend you don't look into that. And now it's to the personal insults. Here we go.
No, you're sick.
I'm sick?
First of all, January 6th was not a good thing at all, and I can admit that it's a bad thing. Let's see you admit that all the riots that the left causes almost every fucking month is
Didn't
bad.
I just
You won't
say
admit
that?
it. You think it's a
Didn't
good
I just say
idea.
that? Didn't I say that I condemned what
about
happened at the
people attacking
BLM
ICE?
protests?
Like the fact that Renee Good got exactly what she deserved for
Oh, here we go. Renee Good got exactly, your fellow American got exactly what they deserved by being handed death.
What she did was wrong, and she got exactly what she asked for. And
Oh,
her dyke fucking
she was
girlfriend told her
so
to.
using her right to protest, that was wrong.
She wasn't protesting.
She wasn't? It looked like
federal
protesting to me.
Keep lying to yourself.
Have you been to
telling
a lot of
yourself the left is
protests?
purposely attempting to stop federal agents from doing their job to deport illegal immigrants that the left allowed to pour into this country, and now we have a massive mess to clean up.
How
And
many
because you
illegal
don't want your
immigrants came
voter
into the
base to
country under
disappear,
Biden?
You want leftists to get in the police way and stop them from doing their
I
job. but they're
don't.
not
I
gonna
don't think
stop.
you know, as a liberal myself, I don't recommend anybody get into the way of police. So you're not finding that from me.
Okay, so you're saying that Renee Good was just protesting as she hit the gas with a federal officer right in front of her vehicle, and on
Ooh,
his
right
body
in
cam,
front.
you could
See,
hear
that's
him
a
get
very
hit.
interesting way of wording it, because I don't think he was right in front. But this is months ago,
I don't
so
give a fuck if he was on the side. When you drive toward cops, you're gonna get shot. Use your fucking brain.
I don't think she was
Don't
driving
fuck with
toward
the
a cop.
police or you're gonna get hurt.
I don't
Are
think
you
she was
dumb or
driving
some
towards a
shit?
cop. I don't think she was driving towards a cop.
I don't give a fuck if she was driving away from the cop. fucking around with the police like that, causing riots, telling everybody in the world to go out, telling high school
Causing
kids to go out,
riots.
protest
There we
riots,
go.
get in the police's way, you're going to get exactly what the fuck you're asking for.
Telling
and nobody
high school
feels
kids
bad
to
at all,
protest
except
is
for
apparently
emotional, feminine,
horrible.
and
Telling
like
high
you.
school kids to protest is a horrible. I don't know. You've been the most emotional in this debate, man. I haven't called you one word. You said I have
Give a
poop
fuck. I'll do
sex.
what I please, dude. I'm not
Well,
part
I
of your
think
little
you're just
pussy liberal
upset.
generation.
I think you're just upset, and I think you need to
No, you want to
lower
know
the
truth? The truth is
temperature.
I'm upset that this generation has become so fucking dumb. When I was growing up, we grew up with punks, skinheads, hippies, everybody, and we all got along. Everybody got along.
You've become
Now
the
your
boomer.
generation
That's the
wants
issue.
war.
You don't see the punks and skinheads and all that. You've become the boomer, and you think every generation is the same. Unfortunately,
No, your
you think every
generation
subgroup is like the
extraordinarily
same.
Feminized. Even the men talk.
Feminized. Oh my goodness, man. We're feminized. That yeah, Queen was such a. Wasn't Queen popular in the 80s?
No, what I mean by that is the men of today don't act like men. They act like females. They think with emotion rather than logic. They don't care about anything but how they feel instead of the reality of situations. Renee Good got shot because she was fucking around with the federal cops trying to fuck with ICE. And because of your feminine emotions, you want to have some argument about it, when a normal man would just say, yeah, you shouldn't fuck with the police. You got exactly what she was asking for. But instead, you want to cry about it.
No, it's because I ask more from my
And then you
government
make up
than
some
you seem
emotional thing
to.
about, yo, she got shot in the face. Oh my God, it was in the face like 6 times. Who gives a shit? You fuck with the cops, you get shot. I don't care how many times or what kind of weapon it was. This is what I mean. Feminine thought. It's weak-minded thinking. I hate Trump because he stands up for himself. I hate Republicans because they don't put up with bullshit. Let's dress up in rainbow flags and teach kids to chop off their penises. You people are fucking nuts, dude.
I don't support children cutting off their genitalia. I don't know where you got that from.
Oh yeah, I just made that the fuck up, right? I just pulled that out
No,
of my
I know that's a common right-wing talking point, but I don't support that.
It's
You're
not
kind
a
of
talking point. It's a
right
fact.
now. I think you're kind of battling some shadow demons right now because you've mentioned a couple positions that I just don't support. But
Yeah,
I
can
hope you
point
got
out
it all
things that aren't
out.
true. You can try to point out things that aren't true to defend yourself, but you know what I'm saying is right.
Well, I would say that no, you've just said a bunch of lies and misinformation. For example, I do not support. Yes, I do not support people who are transgender getting surgeries until they are the age of 18.
But you do support people being born as men or women and then destroying themselves physically with surgery and drugs, and then later on down the road committing suicide because they realize they.
Well, here's the thing. Did you know we live in a country? Do you know we live in a country? Do you know we live in a country that gives you the freedom of choice to do that? You know we live.
Yeah, and then
that's
if you
a
kill yourself
law.
later, it's a bad thing, and you encourage it.
I don't, the majority of transgender individuals, individuals who get gender reassignment surgery do not kill themselves. So I think you're just making a strange point. I don't even know what you're trying to make.
Say that again.
The majority of transgender individuals that get gender reassignment surgery do not kill themselves.
I said the
Oh, so like, a couple, one in 1,000, I should be fucking concerned about. Okay, got you.
So
And instead of the wider majority that benefits from this, instead of helping the wider majority that benefits from this, let's make laws around the 1 percentile that this happens to. Great. I think that's a good policy position.
The wider majority that benefits from this. You're claiming that a man born as a man, destroying his body and turning himself into a woman will benefit him. Do you see how fucking crazy you sound?
Well, I see how I sound logical because I'm using data and evidence and studies. No, my friend, I haven't been convinced insanity is a normal thing. You're fighting demons again.
So it's a good idea to tell. Okay, so you're right. When I was growing up the whole time and I said, I want to be this or I want to be that, and somebody said, you're not born as that. You're better off just being yourself. All those people were wrong, right? I should pretend to be something else and then destroy my body physically with surgery and hormones, and that'll be beneficial to me in the future.
Well, do you feel like a girl?
Crazy?
Do you feel like a girl?
No. Why would I feel like
No,
a
then
girl?
you probably
I'm
wouldn't
a
need to do
straight-up
that.
Man, I would never feel like a girl. That wouldn't happen unless I was raised by a mother who I learned how to be feminine from and taught me to be feminine, and end up one day looking in the mirror going, I think I might be a woman. And then a bunch of crazy people around me say, you are a woman. Go ahead and change into one.
Well, I think that when people decide to transition, they typically make the decision with a doctor and a therapist, and it's usually a lot more. It's a lot more than just. It's a lot more than just. Oh, I've decided to wake up and feel like a female today.
That's why they call it affirmative care. Because if you say no, you're not really a woman, the doctor will get in trouble because a bunch of liberals will scream and cry and poop their pants.
Listen to what you're saying. You're saying a doctor will ignore their medical expertise because some people will get mad at them, I'm assuming on Twitter?
What you don't realize is
that is so insane, bro. You said you're logical. You said you're logical. That's not logical. You said you're logical. That is not a logical statement.
No, I'm truthful. I'm truthful.
Now we're truthful. Okay. We're making some progress. Anyways, is there anything else you wanted to talk about?
I want to hear you say it's a good idea for a young man to change himself into a woman, and it's healthy, and it'll help him in the future. I want to hear that out of your mouth. I want to know how insane you really are. Go ahead and say it.
I'm not going to say what you just said. That's kind of strange.
Because deep down you know it's fucking evil as hell.
No, I don't think it's evil as hell. I think if a young man, if a young boy wants to make a decision with his therapist and his parents that he's been feeling like a girl for a long time and he wants to express that, then I think it's totally fine for him to express that or her to express that.
What you just did is convince yourself that it's okay, but deep down you know that's fucking insane.
I don't think it's insane. I think we're going to live in a society where we're able to change our bodies into weird and new things. So I'm working towards that society.
You're godless, aren't you? You're godless, aren't you?
Oh no. Yes, I'm one of the godless rabble.
No. That's not what I'm at. What I'm asking you is, you have no real morals, do you?
Oh, that's what. No, I have strong morals.
And where do you get your morals from?
See, this is the thing. I've came to logical stances on my moral positions. I don't get them from somewhere.
Where do you get your morals from? Not your own thoughts, because your own thoughts are just chemicals that formed over billions and billions of years from evolution. Then
Fallout New Vegas.
They're realistic.
That's what made my morals. Fallout New Vegas.
What?
You heard me. The game, Fallout New Vegas.
I didn't hear you. That's why I said what, because I didn't understand.
The game, Fallout New Vegas, is what shaped a lot of my political ideology. So.
Right. So you don't actually have any morals.
Oh, so I don't. You've never played the game, it seems. You've never played the amazing game of Fallout New Vegas. I think that's sad.
What does that have to do with reality?
It has a lot to do with reality. It makes you make decisions between fascism, democracy, capitalism, stuff like that.
Exist?
Where does fascism exist? In weak democracies.
How so? Where in the world does fascism exist right now? You use the term constantly. It's all I hear, but I don't see it anywhere.
You don't see? I mean, there are definitely key traits of fascism in Trump's America, but if you wanted a clear example of fascism, I would look to probably Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping. So if you want a clear example of how Trump is leaning into this fascist ideology, I would look no further to the federalization of National Guard troops.
You mean the fact that most states won't do the right thing that a real man would
Oh,
do?
see, here we go. We're making excuses. I give you an example, and now we can make excuses.
Because that's what real men
So
want, is the
when crime was at a 30-year low, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. When crime was at a 30-year low, Donald Trump decided to federalize the National Guard. How do you justify that other than a fascistic intent, a intent to expand executives' power? You're not going to answer the question. Okay, thank you.
No, I am. I'm getting to it. You know what you don't know that I do know? I grew up in D.C. The crime is terrible. And after all the stuff Trump did, the residents of D.C. are overjoyed.
I'm
especially
sure
the
they
black
are. I'm
residents,
sure they're
because they were
screaming at the
terrified of
rooftops,
gangs of
Trump!
crime that took.
Trump has liberated us, finally! Yes, I'm sure of it.
So you're saying that it would be better off to have lots of crime?
That is a crazy thing to draw from that. No, I'm saying the need for federal troops was not needed. The need for federal troops wasn't needed. The need for federal troops, it wasn't needed, and it increases
It's not up
the...
to you. You ain't the fucking government. It's not your choice.
Actually, I am part of the government. We all are in this amazing democracy.
Yeah. You don't make those choices. And when it comes to crime, if we took choices from you, we'd be fucked.
No, my friend, I would increase funding to the local police departments. I would coordinate with them instead of just sending in wanton National Guard.
The one guy next to me had a bullet in his leg. The guy on the other side of the room had a bullet in his shoulder. My girlfriend got into an accident 5 years ago. The guy next to her had a bullet in his chest. These are all in D.C. hospitals. But
This is definitely true, 100%. This is true, 100% did happen. I'm saying you're lying. That's what I'm getting at. Who cares? You know, this is anecdotal evidence, my friend. This is anecdotal evidence, my friend. We need actual stats. And unfortunately for you, the stats say that DC was at a 30-year low in crime.
See, that's how fucking feminine you become. You're all about feelings. You don't care that the crime happens. You
My
just
brother
feel
in
bad
Christ,
that
I
the
just
truth
gave you a
is stopping it.
statistics, and now you're arguing based on feelings. You're saying, well, I felt, but you're not showing me any example of how the statistics are actually, of any
You
statistics.
walk down a DC street in the middle of the night, you piss your little honky fucking pants, liberal pussy boy. So
No,
don't sit
my
here and
friend,
tell
I've
me what
watched
I know, 'cause
down.
I know what it is from experience. You know what it is from the news. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. How dare you say it's anecdotal? It's reality, you dumb fuck. Because
No, it's anecdotal. There's no statistics behind it. You're just doing things based on feelings.
Well, I tell you what, I'll put it to you like this. I don't have to argue with you. Trump's going to do whatever he wants to do. You can cry all day long, but we're going to keep on beating you and winning. Your approval ratings are in the shitter, and they're going to.
That's why we've been winning special election after special election. You guys have been getting decimated in the special elections, my friend. And that's because the American people know that what Trump is selling is bullshit. They're finally waking up to the fact that Trump sold a slate of lies, and they're tired of it. That's why you're seeing special elections won in Virginia and various other states. So.
And what are you going to do? You're going to go beat them up?
No, why would I beat anybody up? Why would I fight people? What?
Well, then what are you complaining about? It's not going to change. Republicans aren't going to change our minds. We're just going to keep getting harder and harder and tougher. You guys
I agree. Republicans aren't going to change their minds, and they are very stuck in their ways.
And it's going to stay there. Americans don't want trannies. Americans don't want faggot flags. Americans don't want faggot marches. We don't need all this shit from the.
Sorry about that, guys. He decided to get racist. Or not racist. He decided to get homophobic. Sorry about that. I thought that was a good discussion. Yeah, unfortunately, MAGA not sending their best right now. But yeah, literally, he literally said, Trump's going to do what he wants to do. Oh, so fascism. Okay. I think I'm actually going to make that a little segment on for my videos. That was fun. Anyways, guys, I don't know how I tried to show him how Trump is lying to him, but he just seems to be stuck in the culture war. You know, he said he was tired of the culture war, and then all of his talking points were just culture war. I don't know Fallout New Vegas. Oh, my friend. Hold on. Hold your pants. One moment. I've just been challenged to a New Vegas. I'm just going to screenshot my playtime, okay? Bro, is this the same guy calling me? Bro, I'm not gonna... No, bro. You said... You called me, you said the F word. And, we don't allow bigotry on this. Sorry, my friend. I thought that was a good conversation. You're the one that ruined it. Enclave activist? Whoa, now. No way. I'm a new California Republican all the way, my friend. Yeah, YouTube doesn't allow slurs. And neither do I. You know. If you grow up and decide not to use slurs, maybe you can call in another day. But unfortunately, you yourself got too emotional. Some would say feminine, like yourself. I wouldn't say that. I would just say emotional. And you soyed out. Let's see if he'll answer. I'll call back. Sent me a screenshot of the new YouTube layout. Interesting. Oh, that's, I actually kind of like that. Bro, I'm not going to answer your call. I'm going to block your number if you keep calling in. I'm sorry, man. The only good New Vegas is an independent New Vegas. Wow. You know, I actually see the independent argument, but the issue I have with the independent argument is it allows for another force to come in. And I'm just afraid what happens if another outside force decides that they want New Vegas, then the people of New Vegas aren't really going to be able to stand up to that. Although there is an argument for a militarized boomers that they could potentially block. They always run and then stay hidden. My brother in Christ, you said a slur. But you were getting emotional. You were getting very emotional. I'm sorry, man. Anyways, if anybody else wants to call in, feel free. I thought that was a good experience. Change the title to Debating MAGA when you have a call-in. I think I will retroactively do that because I know a lot of people watch the VODs. Anyways, yeah, that was just a pipe dream. I don't even know what we were really fucking debating about at the end of the day. The boomers are fine. Yeah, I think a militarized boomer could. Oh, now that's just wrong. The NCR is badass, my friend. All I'm saying is if you get a NCR total victory, you help out the NCR in every way, it's like the best ending. Everywhere else gets fucking trashed. I'm sorry, I'm an NCR fan. How did you feel about their representation in the new series, by the way? I haven't watched season 2 yet. I've seen some shorts and clips about it, but I'm waiting to watch it with some friends.
Including Minnesota Governor.
Anyways, we're going to get back to watching the PBS NewsHour. NCR is inept. Well, the issue with the NCR is it is a little bloated. However, I think that representation and democracy are far more important than if they're a little too bloated.
Tim Walz says the defunding was politically motivated.
The sense of retribution, no state has experienced this before.
And I disagree because if you look at the NCR was able to take the what's the name of that? The solar panel array. I forget the name of it right now. And that was a major battle with the Brotherhood, and they were very, they took it. So I think that shows that they're not as inept as people believe, but they do have an issue with higher command not being as decisive. The sharecroppers, they do not have proper representation, and I agree with that. They need representation, but I feel that once if the NCR were to take New Vegas and then get the Hoover Dam, then the sharecroppers could be folded into a wider state of New Vegas. This is all hopium though, because Unfortunately, somebody decides to, I won't spoil it, but rest in peace to Shady Sands.
How does taking and punishing children and elderly have anything to do with fighting fraud when that's not where this issue was taking place?
To break this all down, we're joined now by Matt Sepik, reporter from Minnesota Public Radio. Matt, thanks for being with us.
No. Deport the NCR. No, my friend. This is what we call freedom and democracy knocking. I also think it's like, honestly, the more realistic of the factions. You know what I mean? Like, I do kind of feel, especially since we know now that the nukes weren't nearly as devastating as we believed. Oh, it seems we got a call. All right. My friend, I will unblock you in the future, but unfortunately, you seem to think I'm going to want to have a conversation with you after you called me a bunch of slurs. It was him from the same number. It's blocked now. Oh, here we go with this Shady Sands absolute. I mean, what do we call this? This is defamation. Shady Sands was a paradise in the waste, okay? Shady Sands was a paradise in the waste. How dare you say that about our fallen comrades? I'd say only women. Now, women are based Stacey's, so I'd say only emotional men who are big crybabies call people slurs. And I mean, you kind of proved that with me, my friend. You know, the moment I said one thing that was a little bit mean about Donald Trump, you soyed out. I was being as careful as I could, as delicate as I possibly can, because my goal is not to trigger MAGA. My goal is to convince people. And you still soyed out. I let you soy out. I was letting you soy out, man. I was letting you have your moment in front of all these people. Anyways, if you guys are enjoying the if you guys are enjoying the content, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel. And if you feel like donating, feel free to donate into the Ko-Fi there, though no pressure. Any support is appreciated, though. Anyways, let's get back to the PBS NewsHour.
And for folks who might be confused by some of this, first we should explain where exactly do these fraud...
Your number will be unblocked tomorrow, though, so if you want to call in tomorrow, feel free to. Only libs soy? You must have just missed the conversation I just had, because there was a lot of soying going on. No, I was kind of destroying you, man. I pointed out your hypocrisy when it comes to riots. You know, I pointed out how you have a very misinformed worldview of what Democrats believe. But it's all right. You can call back tomorrow, man.
Fraud allegations stem from?
Well, they go back several years, and they really begin with a scandal known here as the Feeding Our Future fraud. In that case, dozens of people, 79 at last count, have been charged. Most of them have already been convicted, and this became public in 2022 of stealing around $300 million from taxpayer-funded...
Oh, come on. How can... Then who's better? Okay, you said independent New Vegas. I can understand an independent New Vegas. Although at that point, do you think Mr. House would have been a better op? I never go with Mr. House because he means me to destroy the Brotherhood. And I like Power Armor. That shit's sick.
Child nutrition programs. That investigation has since morphed into Medicaid fraud.
No, my friend, you soyed. You were soying. You were just going on a tangent about things that didn't even relate to the conversation we had. That's why I was trying so hard to keep it on rails.
And that brings us to today. A former assistant U.S. attorney who investigated this case estimated back in December that as much as $9 billion may have been stolen from.
And did you say there was one abortion bombing, by the way? Kind of what? Did you say there was one abortion bombing?
Minnesota's Medicaid program since 2018.
So there is something to this. This $259 million figure.
No, you're soy.
Though, put that in the context of how much money, Medicaid money, the state gets from the federal government.
Well, Minnesota gets about $21 billion in Medicaid funds every year. That's according to the latest figure that we have, which is from 2020.
Yeah, like the DC Brotherhood, obviously badass gangsters helping out the wasteland. But the New Vegas Brotherhood is just, they're kind of weak. Not necessarily even weak. They're just, I'd say they're inept. You know what I mean? They're wandering without like any idea what's going on. And I'd say they're far more inept. That's why they can't run New Vegas.
24. So this is a not insignificant chunk of money. And there remains some confusion over how this is all going to play out. Minnesota Medicaid Director John Connolly said today that the way this is structured means that the state will actually owe the federal government $260 million for the final 3 months of 2025. And will not see a future installment for the current quarter, the first 3 months of this year, until this halt on spending is lifted.
So who's affected by these cuts, Matt?
Primarily people who rely on 14 programs that had been flagged previously as being susceptible to fraud. These include autism services for children, a housing stabilization program that Governor Walz, in fact, shut down last year because there was so much fraud, as well as things like non-emergency medical transportation, so reimbursements for someone driving you to the doctor. What it doesn't appear to affect at this point are what we normally think of as core Medicaid services, such as physicians' visits, checkups, and that sort of thing.
Well, at least that's good.
So when President Trump, as he did at the State of the Union address earlier this week, said that members of the state's Somali community have, quote, these are his words, pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer.
That's gross wording. Come on, guys. These are American citizens. They came here 30 years ago looking for a better life. And I think they're trying to achieve that.
What do we know about the accuracy of a claim like that?
That number is wildly inflated. The 14 programs that I mentioned that have been susceptible to fraud, according to Medicaid officials in the federal government, the state has spent...
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel. No, they're not illegal aliens. No, look it up. Yeah, most of them are American citizens, man. They've been here for 30 years, just building better lives. A lot of them are small business owners. No, they're not illegal at all, man. I love our diversity in America. And I think places like Somalia have people that are willing to benefit America. I really do.
Or the federal government has spent about $18 billion on those in total since 2018. About half of that, and this is an estimate, and it's important to note that this is only an estimate, this has not been proven yet, but a top federal fraud prosecutor who used to work at the Minnesota U.S. Attorney's Office, Joe Thompson, estimated back in December that...
Folks, there's nothing wrong with our Somalian Americans, you know? There's nothing wrong with them. Otherwise, the flies get in the stew. Well, my friend, luckily, the boiling pot is way too hot for those goddamn flies. Nobody that's in this pot is a fly. Okay? Nobody in this pot is a fly, and there ain't no flies. We've got the hottest pot on the stove. Okay? Everybody wants in. Everybody wants it because we're number one, dude.
About half of that could be fraudulent, and that's based on the
Sorry, my American love overfilled there a little bit.
exponential growth in taxpayer outlays for those 14 programs.
Has the state done anything to address this so it
I was hoping for a conversation like yesterday, honestly. I really was trying to be reasonable and anyways,
can't happen
sorry.
again, this level of fraud?
Well, it's a hot topic at the legislative session over in St. Paul that just got underway. Lawmakers, Democrats, and Republicans are considering a number of proposals to combat.
I'm gonna go get a drink. You guys want anything while I'm up there? You guys need anything? All right, bet. I'll be right back.
Fraud. One of those is setting up a new inspector general's office on the state level. They're also talking about more site visits to ensure that Medicaid providers are providing what they say they are. State Attorney General Keith Ellison, a Democrat, is also asking state lawmakers to pay for more fraud prosecutors in his office, specifically to go after Medicaid fraud.
Matt Sepik of Minnesota Public Radio. Thanks again for joining us this evening.
You're welcome.
In Geneva today, the U.S. and Iran concluded a third round of indirect and at times direct negotiations. Iranian officials announced that technical talks will begin on Monday with the UN nuclear watchdog. That suggests some possible progress as the United States deploys the largest military presence to the Middle East in more than 20 years. Stephanie Tsai begins our coverage.
In Geneva today, U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff and President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, held crucial negotiations with Iran. At first, indirect through Oman's foreign minister, and then direct. Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, signaled positive momentum.
We made a very good progress. We were able to define the main elements of a possible deal, and we discussed about those elements.
I got you guys some Kool-Aid if you needed anything. Woohoo! Trump is the best! He's the best! Hey, what's up, Rebel Duster? Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a minute, man. You actually just missed a pretty interesting debate. Hey, people were asking for blood sports, so.
Of course, there are still differences, but in most of the cases, we have at least a general understanding how to resolve those questions.
That, despite an official briefed on the talks telling PBS NewsHour that the U.S. demanded Iran destroy its three main nuclear enrichment sites, Fordo, Isfahan, and Natanz. The same sites struck by a...
as long as the liberals are whining and crying, Trump is doing it. See, I think that's sad that you base all of your policies based on what makes liberals cry. Wow. What an amazing policy agenda. I'm sure that in the long run, that's really going to work out.
American bombers last summer, and the official said the U.S. team demanded Iran get rid of its highly enriched uranium, which Iran says was buried during the strike on the Fordo enrichment plant. Iran announced that technical talks would start on Monday in Vienna, and a fourth round of political negotiations would be scheduled in a week.
They want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions.
I think blood sports is a good idea. Straight death match. No, I was talking. Well, I mean, I don't know about that one. I'm just a delusional clown. Oh, damn it. How'd you know? I don't even have my floppy feet on today. Hey, what's up, Starboy? Good to see you, man.
This week, in his State of the Union address, President Trump vowed that he would not allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon.
My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a...
So here I'm caught in a crossroads because I think the Ayatollah is a disgusting despot, right? Bad Bunny for president? Amen. No, I agree. The blood sports comment was good. Don't worry. As as fact, we can debate. So we do a test of mental aptitude, and then we go straight into the death match because we're probably going to be mad at each other from the debate. You know what I mean? Bad Bunny for president, though. Let's go. We've got a lot of good Democratic candidates, actually. Mark Kelly, that's my pick always, but we've got a couple out there.
A nuclear weapon, can't let that happen.
And President Trump went further than public intelligence estimates.
Don't worry, Kayla. I'm sure, hey, a lot of people are waking up to Trump's bullshit, so don't worry about it. I think we're going to get somewhere. For a period of time, the Ayatollah did keep Iran under control, but they're kind of not doing that anymore. Well, I think they're quote-unquote... Let me think about it. So, I think Iran is like, they're the #1 funder of T-ism in the region. And honestly, probably globally too. So, it's, I'm not going to be too pressed about if the Ayatollah gets taken out, but if it's what happened in Venezuela, and we just kill the Ayatollah, I don't think that's enough. And there's also something to be said that outside help may very well be frowned upon in Iran. Is mainly one issue. That's the Second Amendment. Other issues. Well, if your issue is the Second Amendment, I have great fucking news. I support the Second Amendment fully, and I believe that every man, woman, and whatever in between should have the ability to arm themselves in case the state or foreign actors begin to entrance upon them. I'm a big Second Amendment supporter, dude. I think it's essential. I think the Second Amendment was created for the minorities that the Democrats are trying to protect. So, I have, if you want Second Amendment support in the Democratic Party, there's actually a good amount of Democrats that support the Second Amendment. Now, I don't even believe really in limiting people on what their arsenal can be. Yeah, you can't just take out a terrible leader and then not do anything. Exactly, dude. And I really don't want that to happen because the people of Iran, they really do hate the Ayatollah too. And I would be devastated if our actions led to Iran not being a democracy. It led to the dissolution of democracy there or something. That would hurt because they obviously, they're such smart people there. They're doctors and philosophers. And so I think it would be heartbreaking if our interference led to some sort of disillusionment with democracy. But on the other hand, I'd be heartbroken if I'm heartbroken right now because look at what Iran did to their very own people. Massive numbers of dead. So I'm kind of caught. Like, I would probably support limited strikes, but it needs to be up to the people ultimately. Yeah, generally the people themselves from any Middle Eastern, or really, I think everybody is pretty cool. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure I could fucking light one up with a Russian, even though I absolutely hate their government and think that their leader is a despot. You know, but Iran really does have like a very large sector of intelligent people. I don't know how else, academics potentially. So I think they would be a very I think they can still be an ally someday. Obviously not with the Ayatollah in charge. Yeah, most people are just trying to get by. Amen, man.
And accused Iran of pursuing intercontinental ballistic missiles.
They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working.
And I don't know if I like, just to be a little nitpicky, I don't know if I like this framing. You know what I mean? It's like, we're only doing it because of the missiles. I'd be signaling hard to the civilians, to the population, saying, we see you. And we're sick of it too, guys. But that's just me, I guess.
Working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America.
Tehran has repeatedly denied ever seeking nuclear weapons and has long claimed its uranium enrichment.
Okay, come on. Come on, Ayatollah. You can't lie.
Activities are for civilian purposes.
Oh, these?
Just
Yeah.
before the talks, Arachi reiterated that Iran's right to nuclear enrichment is non-negotiable.
Actually, really colorful light bulbs. Yeah. Trump was threatening Europe a month ago. Yeah, I know. That's something I really don't support. The NATO alliance is strong as fuck. It's the most powerful alliance that the world has ever seen. Any threats to that, like, I think NATO needs to be like part of a like an identity for people. It's that important, in my opinion.
And vowed retaliation if the U.S. attacks.
We are ready to remove concerns, but we are not ready to give up our right for peaceful use of nuclear technology. If, God forbid, the U.S. decides to attack us, then their bases in the region would be a legitimate target.
Wartime.
I also don't know. Iran was giving some major concessions. Like, they were giving some really things you know, better than the IC or the JCP. Or wait. Oh, gee. It's, there's so many 3-letter acronyms, guys. You gotta give me some leeway there. But the deal, we'll call it the deal. They were even more extreme than the deal. Do you think they have the right to nuclear if they're really trying to use it for power plants? Absolutely. If it's just for power plants and there's no evidence that they're trying to enrich uranium, of course I don't have an issue with them using nuclear technology. I think nuclear technology is like the next step in the world, so I understand why they'd want to use it. But unfortunately, there has been signs that they're trying to enrich it to gain an advantage on the world stage. You know, they're trying to go the North Korea route. And I don't think anybody's happy that North Korea has the bomb, you know? So, and I feel Iran might be a similar situation.
Preparations are ramping up. Today, the largest U.S. aircraft carrier, the
nuclear proliferation is one area where I do say we might have a responsibility. It's not necessarily a right. It's more a responsibility to make sure that people that have this devastating power are not going to use it in nefarious ways. Now, whether we've been successful in that or not, that can be debated. But I do think that's a responsibility of bigger nations, I guess.
Gerald Ford left the Greek island of Crete in the eastern Mediterranean, adding to the Abraham Lincoln and its accompanying
Your source of misrepresentation, outright lies, and posturing and subjective nonsense. What are you talking about? Please point to an example of how I've done that. Might be right. It's iffy, though. Yeah. This is when things like the UN, if we had a stronger UN, that would be a lot, they could be answered there, you know? Because if the UN was stronger, you know, if nations could actually be representative and, you know, Iran could potentially bring America to the court and say, look, we have a right to this. And then they could plead their case, and then America could plead its case, and we'd get to the bottom of it. Unfortunately, we don't have a strong UN right now. So we kind of have to just play this guessing game. 15 likes? Hey, thank you guys so much. That means the world to me. If you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel. But yeah, I wish UN was stronger right now. Because if it was, I think a lot of our geopolitical questions could be answered there.
Already in the Arabian Sea. Fighter jets and support aircraft, as well as air defense, are deployed across the region. And for the first time, outside of a training mission, the U.S. has deployed F-22 fighter jets to Israel. Israel has made it clear it would respond to any Iranian attack, even if it follows a U.S. strike with a larger war than last summer.
I passed on and clarified to the...
Yeah, and this is bad too. This is bad. I don't want this to happen. But they've made it clear that they're going to start a bigger offensive. Like, that's not good. Because the reason for our strikes would be to, what I hope anyways, would be like security areas, so that way the population can get out, protest, and depose the government. Israel, on the other hand, I don't know what their intentions would necessarily be. As with Netanyahu at the head, you never know. Disgusting fucking freak. No respect for this guy at fucking all. He has destroyed Israeli politics and has made he's destroyed the image of Israel on the world stage. So
regime of the Ayatollahs that if they make perhaps the gravest mistake in their history and attack the state of Israel, we will respond with a force they cannot even imagine.
The ongoing talks could be a last chance for diplomacy before a potential war, a moment that could define the future of peace in the Middle East. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Stephanie Sy.
For perspective on...
How do you get a better deal, though, than what we originally had? Like, what would that better deal even... I think we're obviously going to strike them, but what does that deal look like, you know? They were giving pretty major fucking concessions. Netanyahu is somehow one of the moderates in some way compared to Smotrich. Yeah, I agree, but Israel wouldn't be in the position it's in right now if Netanyahu hadn't kind of rigged the political system in his favor. It wouldn't be nearly as hyper-partisan, and you would actually see the Labor Party be represented more than what you do.
On today's talks and President Trump's handling of Iran, we get now two views. Alan Ayer had a 4-decade career in U.S. government.
All right. Two views and then ICE. We can watch this. It looks like they have an expert. Oh no, it looks like this is a battle of the minds, which we just had, so I don't think we'll need that. Well,
including in the Foreign Service, focusing on Iran. He was part of the Obama administration's team that negotiated the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, or JCPOA, agreement with Iran. He's now...
Hey, I was right, okay? JCPOA. Why do they have to put all these acronyms? Well, I actually do know, because if everything was just called the deal, then we'd have a lot of deals. We'd have a lot of legislation. We don't know what it means. This was epic. Let's check it out.
Your own thoughts are just chemicals that formed over billions and billions of years from evolution.
Fallout New Vegas. That's what made my morals. Fallout New Vegas. Amen. Fallout New Vegas. Hey, it's true. It's true. I need a face cam. I think I'm gonna work on I'm gonna try to do a face cam tomorrow.
And retired Colonel Joel Rayburn had a 26-year career in the Army. During the first Trump administration, he was on the National
But it just goes to show, like, this whole argument of moral, you need a morals from a higher place is bullshit. Because you guys think I'm not memeing. A lot of my ideology was based in how I saw the NCR. And, I kind of idolized them a little bit, and they're what got me in, New Vegas is what got me interested in politics in the first place. How can I help these people, and what system would be the best for them? And so if I'm able to have an ideology from a video game and still be a pretty decent person, then I don't think it really matters from where it came from.
Security Council staff focusing on Iran and the Middle East.
But that was fun, I can't lie.
He's now a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute. Welcome to you both, gentlemen. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having us.
Alan, I'll begin with you. Just give us your assessment of how the talks have gone so far, and also your assessment of how
I can't
President
believe
Trump...
you didn't know about Fallout New Vegas, though. It's got a popular show on, what is it on? Amazon, yeah.
Has been handling this approach, dealing with Iran, demanding it gives up its nuclear program, assembling a massive military force, and threatening strikes if there's no deal.
I think that, again, based on what we heard today, there has been progress, and I think if there were enough time given to the process, there could in fact be a nuclear agreement between Iran and the United States. They made progress, but there's still key red lines. The problem is you have all that military hardware in the Persian Gulf and nearby, and you can't keep that there indefinitely.
What?
So
that was funny.
I mean, the most salient fact of all of this is that the red lines for either side have not really shifted, not just since last year's 12-year war, but since the beginning of the negotiations between the Trump administration and the Iranians. So we can reach an agreement, but it depends on whether we're willing to allow indigenous enrichment in Iran. In terms of how President Trump is handling it, it's all a question of whether he wants to give
Something that does get me, though, in debate sometimes, is when people will bring up things that I don't support and then act as though that's a democratic position. So, for example, the BLM riots. I know Democratic leaders supported that, right? But how do I show that I don't support it? I guess all I can do is just say, like, I do not support this, and I think no one should burn down people's houses during a protest. It's as simple as that. Anyways.
Enough time to the two sides to negotiate to reach a deal, and that's his decision.
Colonel, how do you see it?
Well, I think what's different this time around is that the administration it's not just a nuclear issue, really. If you're listening to the president, if you listen to Secretary Rubio in particular, it's the other aspects of the Iranian regime's destabilizing and aggressive behavior. It's the ballistic missile and drone production and proliferation, including, for example, into the Ukraine war.
Yeah, they gotta stop their fucking... That's something else that needs to quit too. I'm generally... But if we strike them, I really do come into an issue of if we strike them, then we have to make sure we stay there for a very long time to make sure things don't devolve into a new bunch of terrorist groups forming and I don't know, younger members of the IRGC who are the more radical ones, I don't know, somehow getting access to the chemical deterrents that Iran may have, or obviously even just a dirty bomb would be pretty horrific. So Yeah, there's a lot of bad things that can happen in this strike in Iran. Even though I'm generally supportive of it, I obviously have some huge questions and buts. Dude, but I'm honestly surprised, like, these older Bethesda games, they had some crazy fucking shit in them that talked about philosophy and ideologies. Like Morrowind is literally about spirituality and just all that and theology and all sorts of stuff. So I don't know. I think you can have some pretty interesting stories in video games. Anyways.
Through the Russians. It's the support for the terrorist proxies like Hezbollah, Hamas, and so on, and the Houthis, which exploded on October 7th and October 8th. So I think what the administration is after right now, it does seem the Iranian negotiators will always try to sequester it down to the narrow issue of nuclear enrichment, and leaving the rest of the aspects of the Iranian regime's aggressive policies unaddressed. And frankly, that was one of the fatal flaws of the 2015 JCPOA that the Obama administration negotiated.
I do wonder, were they making use of proxies at that moment in time when the JCPOA was signed? I wonder, because if that's the case, then yeah, that was a major oversight. But if they hadn't been using terrorist proxies, that may have been the origination of when the proxies started to really manifest. I don't know. Interesting.
Agreement about the nuclear enrichment file, and left Qasem Soleimani and the Quds Force and Hezbollah's behavior across the region unaddressed, the missile and drone aspect unaddressed. And that's what began to blow up then, 2017, 18, and so on.
Alan, to the point that this is what we've heard from the Trump administration, have they made a convincing case about why there is an imminent threat from Iran that would warrant a military strike? Have you heard that yet?
I have not heard it. I obviously listened to the State of the Union speech. Joel is right. Iran presents a type of threat to the United States in that it is antagonistic to what we're trying to do in the region, to what we're trying to do in the world. But in terms of it being an imminent threat, either in the sense of its nuclear program, its missile programs, or its decimated, if not destroyed, networks of proxies, no threat, no imminent threat. And what's most interesting is that now Iran has lost almost all of its deterrence that it had before the October 7th attacks. So finding an agreement with Iran on the nuclear issue is theoretically possible. If you put missiles on the table, if you put proxies on the table, the odds of reaching an agreement with Iran is null set. Yeah. It's not going to happen.
So, Colonel, if the goal is a deal, then why the military buildup? Why the expedited talks with the threat of a strike on the back end?
Well, I think we're in a different world in a post-October 7th and October 8th. Remember, October 7th was the Hamas attack against Israel. October 8th was the Iranian regime and Hezbollah decision to enter that war, which they didn't have to do. That was a war of choice on the Iranian regime's part, the supreme leader's decision-making. So I think we're in a different world post-October 7th and 8th. Their use of militant proxies, the ballistic missiles and drones, which they've provided, that have done so much damage in Ukraine.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel. Our goal is 25 today, so if we can hit 25 likes, I will be very happy. And don't you want me to be happy? Don't you want me to be happy and not suffer? The demon that tortures me every night will actually not torture me if you guys get me up to 25 likes. So, no pressure, but I am kind of getting tired of the constant ripping out of my spleen. It's a little bit of a joke for you gamers if you guys don't know it. A little bit of a Greek joke. I'm pretty well known for my Greek jokes. I don't want to toot my own horn or anything. Anyways, I got a new weapon. It's kind of cool. Looks kind of sick. I'd say it looks cooler than the Cutlass, but I want to enchant this bad girl. And I'm hoping these mage guilders do not recognize that I stole this from somebody. I stole these, not the sword, but the soul gems. All right, enchanting, let's go.
The Houthis shutting down the Red Sea, for example,
Oh,
against
never mind.
commercial shipping, that's not tolerated anymore. In that kind of hybrid threat from the Iranians is not tolerated anymore.
And many of those proxies have been degraded now, right?
They've been degraded, and the Iranian regime's own capabilities have been degraded, but the intention still seems to be there. And I think what the president and the administration are responding to is, after the 12-day war last June, I think there was an expectation that the supreme leader and his regime would abandon that aggressive policy. They would abandon their ambitions to get back to nuclear enrichment, to continue to produce and proliferate drones and missiles, and then they would be willing to sever ties or wind down the military proxies. And that just hasn't happened. The evidence has been in the other direction. I think that's what's been compelling this action.
Are you concerned this will end with a U.S. military strike? And if so, what do you think that strike looks like? What form could it take?
I'm not concerned it will end with a U.S. military strike. I'm concerned it will start with a U.S. military strike, in the sense that Iran has made it known that, unlike previous responses, were it to be attacked, either what we would characterize as a limited attack or decapitation, any type of attack, Iran has said, largely because it feels its deterrence has been eradicated and it needs to restore it, that it will respond aggressively and disproportionately. So I'm concerned that despite the huge imbalance in military power between the U.S.
it's just gonna end up being. It could end up being another Afghanistan situation, another Iraq situation, dude. I definitely don't want that, but signs aren't pointing in a healthy direction, I'll tell you that much. They're not pointing in the best direction.
Israel were to join.
Release the files? Amen, Lord Snooty. Where they at? Where those files? That's what I'm wondering. Where them files at, dog? Did Lord Snooty, did you see that the Trump administration has actually deleted about 50 files related to Donald Trump, actually related to an interview a victim had with the FBI 4 times. They interviewed her 4 times about a accusation where Donald Trump sexually assaulted her. Kind of fucking insane, in my opinion.
And Iran, that Iran will strike out and try to destabilize the region, strike at our allies, strike at our forces in the region, strike at Israel, and that would lead to events in the region that can't be helpful.
Colonel, 30 seconds left. I'll give you the last word.
I just think in a military confrontation, if it comes to that between the United States and Iran, it's not really a fight. It's not even just a fair fight. There really won't be a contest there.
Yeah,
the Iranian regime has adopted a security doctrine in which they essentially don't have conventional defenses. They don't really have an air force, a navy, an army. They barely have missile and air defense. So this would be a short contest. It could be sharp, I think, in the first couple of days, as it was in their confrontation with the Israelis last year. But the military disparity there is just vast, I think, more than people understand.
We'll see what happens. We'd love to have you back as things develop. Colonel Joel Rayburn and Alan Ayer, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Amna.
That's Amna to you. You don't get to call her Amna. It's Amna Nawaz. You respect that.
A former
name.
ICE lawyer and training instructor who resigned this month is warning that the agency has scaled back training hours for new recruits and is instructing them to violate the Constitution. Ryan Schwenk told Democrats in Congress this past week that the academy where he trained cadets is, quote, deficient, defective, and broken. He says it's part of an effort to turn out new officers and increase arrests as part of the Trump administration's crackdown on immigration. Ryan Schwenk is here and joins us now with his attorney, David Kligerman. Thank you both for being here.
Pleasure to be here.
Thank you for having us.
Ryan, you've testified that ICE dramatically shortened its training program for new recruits from 72 days to 42 days. Exactly how much training was removed and what type of classes were eliminated?
So out of a 584-hour program, they cut about 240 hours.
Jesus.
And the classes they cut included classes on the fundamentals of the Constitution and the officer's duties within the structure of our legal system. They cut out multiple classes on use of force, multiple classes on how to use their firearms safely. They took out testing requirements that were set to allow us to measure whether or not the cadets that were coming out of the academy could actually exercise their authority in a safe and lawful fashion. They took out classes that tied back to our understanding of due process within the legal system, really.
DHS, in response to your testimony, issued a statement that reads in part, "No training hours have been cut. Our officers receive extensive firearm training, are taught de-escalation tactics,
can you
and
see
receive
Kayla's
Fourth
last
and
comment?
Fifth
It's
Amendment."
blank for me. She's using special font. I don't even see it on here. Personally.
Comprehensive instruction, to which you would say what?
All right.
Well, I would start by breaking that.
A little bit of Morrowind talk before we get back into this. So I am proving the fact that I am I believe in healthy competition, okay? This man right here, he's getting far too many contracts. Far too many, okay? And this man right here, he ain't getting any of the business, okay? He's not getting anything. And I feel like it's because he might have some connections, okay? But my friend, that's not good for business. That's not good for business, okay? You are not supporting free trade. So what I'm going to do is we're going to save. We're going to try to get him that contract. Don't you worry, my friend.
That's a couple pieces. They said Fourth and Fifth Amendment
The
instruction. That's
world's
true. There is
most
some of that in the
stealthiest
curriculum.
man is on the
But
case.
notice that they don't say anything about the removal of the First Amendment protections. They don't say anything about the due process, right? They won't deny that part in the statement they issued. And frankly, in that statement, they said no hours have been cut. That's simply untrue.
Hold on, I gotta get
You
some
can look
magic.
at the curriculum, which by the testimony of Todd Lyons was 42 days.
By
out
the
of
way,
a
where the
72
hell
day-
am I? Like, I'm at a serious disadvantage when it comes to magic items, dude. Like, Magicka? I have fucking none, bro. Like, where's all the Magicka? I need it. But I ain't got none.
day program, 42 days in the public statement they issued in January, and now all of a sudden in the same statement you're citing to, they say it's 56 days. They suddenly added 2 weeks of training magically the day after I testified.
How well prepared do you believe new recruits are to distinguish between lawful enforcement activity and actions that could potentially violate constitutional protections like the Fourth Amendment?
Well, I will tell you that cadets themselves brought their concerns with this to me. I had cadets who told me they were not sure of what their role was or what their duties were. And to answer your question, no one can tell you right now that these
restoration?
cadets are fully
Thank you.
prepared to understand the difference between a lawful and an unlawful order, because no test, no measurement exists for the new cadets of how they would apply it in practice, because they specifically removed all of the testing that would have told us that.
At what point did you believe that it was necessary for you to speak out?
I realized the day I arrived at the academy and I was shown an unlawful memo that authorized officers and told me to teach officers to go into homes without a judicial warrant to make arrests, that there was a serious problem. And from that day, my goal was to make
That's
sure
fucking
that I
insane.
could
I didn't
document
know
and
that.
track
Okay,
and see what was
that's
happening
very concerning.
with that memo, and then to see what was happening with the academy itself. Because it was kind of like an avalanche. It started with this, and then thing after step after step after step. I just saw this massive degradation and destruction of our training requirements and the things that we owe to these cadets. There's a lot of conversation in immigration law about the rights of the immigrant, and that's a very important conversation. But these law enforcement officers themselves are being done a terrible disservice because we are sending them out into the world without the training they need to do the job they signed up to do.
Generally speaking, who are these new recruits? And I ask the question because one of the Democrats during your testimony this past week said that ICE and its recruitment is appealing to white supremacists.
When I was at the academy, certainly there were probably people at the academy who would fit that description.
Whoa,
but the vast majority of the cadets I worked with were first or second generation immigrants. They were average people from across the United States. I had many cadets for whom English isn't even necessarily their first language. In fact, I remember one particular training scenario, I had 6 cadets and not one of them had English as a primary language. And it's very hard to argue that cadets coming into the academy who come from such a diverse background set are white supremacists when most of them are in fact not white.
David, what legal protections does your client have as a whistleblower, and are you prepared for potential retaliation?
Yeah, unfortunately, and we see this a lot at whistleblower.org, we have clients who come forward, and in this environment, the game has changed. It used to be that you could come forward to an inspector general or an office of special counsel, but those mechanisms have been swept away by the Trump administration. In fact, they've been weaponized against our whistleblowers. So clients like Ryan ordinarily could just go through the ordinary process. They could remain anonymous. There'd be an independent person within the system who's checking and balancing these.
You don't see me.
With that gone, the only option is really to go to Congress, and that's suboptimal for a lot of reasons. First of all, it's a separate branch of government, so it becomes adversarial. And secondly,
Now I know what
not
I
all the
need to
information
do.
can be revealed. There are certain things that ultimately clients have that may be privileged, or there are other things that need to be protected, so they're only getting a snapshot. And Ryan's revealed a lot, but it would be really ideal to go through the agency directly.
Were you ever reprimanded, pressured, or warned about speaking up internally before you resigned?
When I was shown the memo, it was given to me by a supervisor who made it clear that the consequence for disagreeing with it was going to be the loss of my job, my loss of my position.
That's insane. Dude,
And
you can't,
could
that's
see it in the way
political
the academy operated. There was a
persecution.
culture of fear with all the officers I talked to. I could have conversations with officers about the program, about our concerns, but we wouldn't do it where other people could hear us. You could literally see officers who wanted to talk about the way they thought training was going, turn their heads, look over their shoulders, and make sure there weren't other people around to hear them. And it would
That's
be, literally, I would have
crazy.
one officer do this, and then maybe the next day I'm talking to the officer, another officer, who was the officer he was worried about, right? One looks over his shoulder and sees the guy behind him, and the next day I talk to the guy behind him, and he's looking over his shoulder at the guy I talked to the day before.
Oh my
Right?
God.
No one trusts anyone in that academy. No one's willing to put
This
faith
is dangerous.
in each other.
This is extremely dangerous. Nobody trusts each other at the fucking academy where they're supposed to be trained. This is going to lead to some dangerous outcomes, guys. I promise you that. Wow. And I don't really put much credence behind like the white supremacist claims in terms of like who right now is joining ICE. But what I will say is that there is a lot of white supremacist branding in the ICE ads.
To recognize the problems they have there, because I think if they did, I think a lot of the faculty would say, hey, maybe I don't know what the legal department is doing or the firearms department is doing, but I know in my unit, in practical training, we're not measuring things correctly. Or I know in my unit where we teach the use of our computer systems, we're rushing through it too fast. And I think if they all sat down and talked about it, they would recognize that step by step by step, the academy is graduating cadets who don't have the raw hours, the raw practice they need to do the job correctly.
Do you see a link between the training quality and the fatal shootings of Nicole Good and Alex Preddy?
I do, but it's an indirect link. And here's why I say that. The officers involved in those shootings are not recent graduates. They're experienced officers. The officer in the Renee Good shooting is a member of the SRT team, essentially the special response team that they have at ICE. That's a difficult position to get. You have to have a good deal of experience to get that. The officers who are coming out of this academy have half the training. And yet they're being sent to some of the most contentious and difficult operations ICE has ever undertaken. Never in the history of the agency have they done what they're doing in Minneapolis. And when you put officers who don't know the law and don't know use of force policies and don't have all the training they need on their firearms into that situation, it is a recipe for someone else to die, potentially for multiple people to die. And it's going to be done by officers who deserved better from this government.
Ryan Schwenk, David Kligerman, thank you both for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That was interesting. I had no idea that ICE... Well, I knew that their training had been expedited, but this looks even like the standard of quality has really went down, which is always good for our federal agents. You know, we love federal agents who are not very well trained. That's always good. We love federal agents that don't trust each other. You know, I remember seeing a bunch of conspiracies back when I was in my conspiracy days about how there was an interagency war going on between the CIA and the FBI and the DHS and all that. And they definitely disagree with each other a lot of the times and stuff like that. But I think with this, we may start to see interagency civil wars, as I think it's going to start in Kash Patel's FBI, because they don't respect him at fucking all. And the FBI has a lot of power. If we want to go conspiracy bunko land, that's my theory for what happens. Probably not, but cool idea for a comic book.
Known for both comedic and dramatic roles, Rose Byrne has already won a Golden Globe.
All right, yeah, we don't care about the Oscars. Shout out to Amna though. She looks fresh as fucking hell in that suit. God damn, fresh as hell. Anyways, we have the House Democrats speaking ahead of the Bill Clinton deposition, and then we have a video from them midway through. And now that we've been live for a while, they're probably done.
And we have said from day one that Democrats want to talk to anyone, whether they are a Republican or a Democrat, no matter how powerful they are, whatever position that they've been in. If anyone has information about Jeffrey Epstein, and certainly the horror that he inflicted on so many women and children, we want to hear from them. What we do not want today is a sideshow and questions about UFOs or about conspiracy theories from decades ago, which is what unfortunately happened yesterday when a series of bizarre questions were asked of Secretary Clinton.
Dean, I know Epstein is accused of some pretty horrible stuff. I'd barf too.
She never met Jeffrey Epstein. She never went on the island. She's never on the plane, and she had no knowledge, of course,
sorry,
of
guys.
Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. I want to also add that there are a lot of questions today, whether they're about Epstein's finances, about survivors, about foreign intelligence, that we look forward to asking in a way that's serious and dignified, and we hope Republicans do the same. I also want to add one other thing which I think is really important. Republicans have now set a new precedent, which is to bring in presidents and former presidents to testify. So we're once again going to make that call that we did yesterday. We are now asking and demanding that President Trump officially come in and testify in front of the Oversight Committee. He appears in the Epstein files.
Dude, I am fucking behind this 100%. That is making Trump sweat, dude.
Next to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, almost more than anybody else. So it's time for the president to answer questions about why files are missing from the DOJ, why there's been a White House cover-up, and why we continue in that administration to call this investigation a hoax. And finally, I'll review the call that we made yesterday, that we are demanding, again, that the press and the public be allowed inside the depositions so that you can hear the answers and the questions directly. And if that's not going to happen, they need to release a full, unedited review review of the questions and video within 24
Hey, I was saying this yesterday. This guy looks cool as fuck. Yesterday he looked cool, and he looks cool as fuck today.
hours of the end.
That's all. That's all I wanted to say. He just looks sick.
That means the Secretary Clinton deposition needs to be released immediately today. And with that, I'll pass it along to Mr. Clark.
Thank you so much. Today we're here to conduct a serious investigation. And
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there.
it is obvious that our Republican colleagues, at least yesterday, were not here to do the same thing. We've said it many times and we'll continue to say it again. We will hear from anyone. We don't care who you are. We just want the truth. All of us have met with the survivors. All of us looked them in the eyes and promised them that we would see this thing through the end and do it in a serious way. Asking questions about UAPs, UFOs, as interested as I am in the subject too, it has nothing to do.
Hey, I relate to that. Like, yeah, I'm interested in some UAPs. Unliked and unsubscribed. No, you got me. Well, hell yeah.
With this investigation, don't wait.
Is that a custom emoji? How did you do that? That's sick.
Waste our time. Don't waste the time of survivors who have been waiting and waiting for justice. Now, finally, the government is paying attention. Members of Congress are paying attention. Stay focused on the matter at hand.
Damn, if you can use emotes across channels, you guys are going to be inundated with so many TGDEU drawings. You have no idea.
Calling out the hypocrisy of our Republican colleagues, who, yes, we're here to talk with President Clinton today. We'll talk with anyone. But how come people like Howard Lutnick, see, it seems like they don't want to talk with him. They don't want to talk with the president. They don't want to call in Pam Bondi, who has done everything that she can do to cover up.
Okay, free audiobooks. Do you actually have free audiobooks? I'm actually kind of curious. Oh! Well, I'll be damned. They do. Go check them out. Shout out to free audiobooks. Hell yeah, man. Let's see, you got some good books here. 1984, Animal Farm. Fuck yeah, dude. Language learning. Hey, shout out. Yeah, you got some good books there, man. Beowulf? Fuck yeah. You got Beowulf on there, bro? The Art of War? Dude, you got some good-ass books on there. Shout out to Free Audiobooks 7469. Good books.
Slow down our investigation. A law passed by Congress damn near unanimously that she's done everything she can to slow down the release of the files, and even when they're released, and they said members of Congress would be able to go to the Department of Justice to view them unredacted. I know all of us, if not most of us, have gone in there and seen files that are still redacted and not given a proper explanation as to why we can't view them. We know the Department of Justice has deleted things having to do with Donald Trump, has deleted things having to do with Howard Lutnick.
Much more a React today. Oh, sorry
We
about
know
that.
that Pam Bondi has been spying.
Much more of a
on
gaming and
members of
React
Congress
based
as we've been trying
day
to conduct our
today.
legitimate oversight responsibilities.
All right,
So
I need to
we're here
find
to
a
see
way.
this through. We're here because we know that this is about justice for the survivors, but justice also means that this never happens again. That's why
Oh.
this investigation is so important.
Hey,
We don't
how are you,
want
man?
This failure
Yeah, you
of
don't.
government, this failure of elite billionaires getting away with a different system of justice. We don't want this to happen again, and that's why we're here today. We are serious about this.
I don't have
And
enough
hope
magicka?
Is
Why
that
not?
my Republican colleagues who say they're serious about it back it up with action, not just with the.
Is
questions
there
you ask here
enchantments
today,
that
but
allow
what
you
do from
to
here on out. It's
get
not about
magicka? I think I need that. That's something we're gonna have to work on. I don't know how we're gonna do like the restore magicka part, but that's something we gotta do because magicka is so crucial right now.
party. It's about this nation. It's about protecting our most vulnerable people. Thank you.
Mr. Garcia, you have a couple. Good afternoon. I'm James Walkinshaw from Virginia's 11th District.
I'm glad that President Clinton is going to sit down today with us and answer questions.
Actually, maybe we don't need to be thieves. Hold on. I've got a revolutionary. Maybe we don't need to steal. Maybe we can secure the weapons I don't know who the guards here would be, though. So, yeah, I'm probably just going to steal it. But maybe I could, if I was a better man, not steal it. But unfortunately, that weapons contract is, yeah, I can't find anywhere, I can't find those anywhere else. So, I'm not going to pick it up from the sidewalk, So there's only one of them. So, gotta do what you gotta do, man. I don't know what to tell ya. This guy has sick-ass robes, by the way.
Anybody who had a significant relationship with Jeffrey Epstein should explain what, if anything, and when they knew about the crimes that were being committed. President Clinton's sworn statement said that he had no knowledge of the crimes that were committed, and I know that we're committed to asking tough questions about that today. But President Clinton's presence here today, under oath, highlights the Donald Trump-sized gaping hole in Chairman Comer's investigation. President Trump has mentioned tens of thousands.
Hold on, this man wants me to find what? I'm sorry. A poisonous cloud just came into my window and attacked me with malicious intent. But I was able to fight it off with my Shaolin breathing technique. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel. You know what anime I kind of want to watch? Baki. That shit looks kind of funny. I don't know if it's good or not. I've just been seeing some shorts and it looks pretty good. Or the webcomic looks good too. Or the manga, my bad. It's One Punch Man that has the webcomic.
We learned in recent days.
TDS is real. Trump does suck. Yes, he does. Amen. Trump does suck. Amen, ladies and gentlemen. I am starting, maybe, I am starting to see that something interesting is happening to where I think that the Trumpers have an actual Trump derangement syndrome. Like, to where it's like they are willing to defend at every moment. You know what I mean? Stop yelling.
Files related to an accusation made against President Trump have been removed, not released to the public in the files. And this investigation will not be complete until we bring President Trump in to answer questions under oath. I'm hopeful that Chairman Comer will have the courage to move us in that direction. Thank you.
I'm Congressman Suhas Subramanian from Virginia's 10th District. We're going to ask President Clinton the hard questions today. We're going to get to the truth about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. But let's be real, we're talking to the wrong president today. President Trump is the one who released 2.5 million files. President Trump is the one who is blocking our investigation. President Trump.
See, this, I think we've hit the critical mass where the Band-Aid needs, it's going to be the Republicans need to, either they'll rip the Band-Aids off or they're going to dig and dig and dig. And what do I mean by that? So essentially, by the way, thank you guys so much for 20 likes. That's killer. Thank you. But, what do I mean by that? So this is the point, right? We know that Donald Trump is in the files more times than Harry Potter is mentioned in the Harry Potter series, more times than God is mentioned in the Bible, okay? And that obviously means he's implicated in some way. I'm sorry. I know that it's not, you can't just say that quickly. But I think there's more than enough evidence to say that Donald Trump is guilty in some way with Epstein. Whether it be knowing about it and not telling people, to what's becoming more and more likely that he participated in. And so it's pretty obvious to like most people that Donald Trump is in the files somehow, right? And so we've reached this critical point where the law, I think after this, the ones sticking around, I'm going to try to convince them, but they may be lost. They may be fully drunken of the Kool-Aid, which breaks my heart because I don't ever want to say that about my fellow Americans. But I don't know how you defend this. I don't. I saw earlier some people were saying fake news, but the NPR investigation is pretty thorough. Or not the NPR, the Substack investigation. My apologies. The Substack investigation was very thorough. And I just don't know how you justify it. So I think we've reached the critical mass where I think reasonable people are gone now. A reasonable person would not say trade is, it's fine if they're pedophiles, at least the trade is good. So I think we, it's sad to say, but the debates are going to be very interesting from this point on. Because the caller yesterday, he hadn't heard about the deleting of the 50 pages, right? And he agreed, like, yeah, that's not very good. So I don't know, man. Anyways, let's continue on here.
Is the one who wants this to go away, but it will not go away. And so yes, we will talk to President Clinton today, but moving forward, this needs to be not about party, but about getting to the truth and getting justice for the survivors.
Amen. That's what it should have. That's what it's been about for the Democrats.
Congressman Wesley Bell here. I'm sorry, these glasses go dark on me. First and foremost, I think what is getting lost in the...
Hey, I like this dude. He's actually a new one. I don't remember what seat he took, but it was actually a pretty contentious seat, and he seems pretty cool. Maybe a rising star. Who knows? I don't want to say anything, but I'm liking the stature. I'm liking what he's bringing.
This is about justice for the victims and the survivors, and we can't forget that. This is not political theater, which Republicans seem to be interested in. This is about getting to the bottom of exactly what happened and holding those responsible accountable. And that's exactly what we're here to do. And so we're going to continue to keep pushing Republicans to do the right thing. We need to see anyone who has information.
Oh, he beat Cori Bush. Interesting.
The Epstein files, this sex trafficking, they need to be brought.
Yeah, he was saying it. He's a former prosecutor, apparently. Which is, I think we need that in the Dem Party right now. You know what I mean? We're about to be fighting the legal battles of our fucking life after the midterms. Even if we only get back the House, so.
This committee, and we need to have a serious investigation. And I've said.
Are we going to prosecute the people who let grown men go to the bathroom with little girls? Well, we just actually talked about that, my friend, but that is actually far exaggerated. You cannot point to one case where a man has pretended to be a woman and abducted a girl. That's just something that doesn't happen. And this is the culture war shit. That's all you guys want to talk about. I think it's because you're actually kind of a little hyperly sexually obsessed about these people and you feel guilty about it. But I could be wrong about that. I say there's nothing to feel guilty about, man. If you like some girl penis, that's up to you, bro.
Before, as a former prosecutor, I've led these types of investigations, and this has not been a serious investigation by any stretch of the imagination. The American people want.
But what I would say is much more disgusting, D. Chill, is you protecting the co-conspirators in the Epstein files. And instead you obsess about the most, about the smallest minority group in a minority group. You know why that is? Because you're okay with your leaders doing it. You just want something to be mad about. It's very sad.
Justice served, the victims and the survivors deserve justice.
Good morning.
But guys, if you disagree, feel free to call in and tell me why I'm wrong. The phone line is open. Let me just make sure real quick. Absolute fucking Chad. Just make sure the phone line is open. Yes. I do have to unblock somebody here soon, tomorrow, but not right now. Not right now. We'll unblock them tomorrow. Again, you can't say slurs on YouTube, my friends. No matter how fun it may be for you. They want to imagine? Oh yeah, definitely, dude. They love the idea of the girl penis. But they're not man enough to admit it. You know what I mean? Very sad.
Morning, Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari from Arizona's 3rd District. I am grateful that we are here day 2 of these depositions with Secretary Clinton and President Bill Clinton. We've always said we will take answers from anyone and nobody is above congressional oversight. But let's be absolutely honest about something. If the Republicans want to be serious about this investigation and getting to the truth and accountability for perpetrators, then we have to look to the most powerful person in the United States and the world, which is President Donald Trump.
Fucking dude. And for a moment, Trumpers in the chat, for a moment, disconnect yourself from the MAGA movement. Disconnect yourself from all of the politic and all of this. Wouldn't you be proud that your government was able to indict their leader? Your government of the people was able to indict their leader and put them in jail because they had done unimaginable things to people. I would be proud of my government. That would be a point in the history books that I would look at with pride, not shame. I just want you guys to think about that. I want you to think that, you know, it sends a message that no one's above the law. Far more than arresting undocumented immigrants. It sends far more of a message. It sends far stronger of a message that nobody is above the law.
He is mentioned in the Epstein files more than almost anyone. And just this week, incredibly damning reporting came out to say that there were credible allegations from a woman who said that she was abused by Donald Trump when she was a minor. The FBI investigated.
Notice how D. Chill didn't give a single example of how they were, our trans members of our society were harming little girls. Notice that. You see that? So interesting.
Investigated this and interviewed this individual multiple times. You do not do that if it is not serious. Further, we need to investigate the ongoing White House cover-up. We know that the Department of Justice has been withholding files, they have been making illegal redactions, the FBI and Kash Patel have been lying.
They're breaking up families. Nonsense. They're actually bringing them together. Who do you think these illegals are sending their money back to? LOL. Oh, you didn't do LOL. I apologize. Well, I think that America is full of opportunity and full of wealth. And I think if they're sending it back to their families to come here someday or to improve their living standards, I think that's fine if they worked for that money. So I think that's fine. I think we should make them citizens. Do you understand the soft power that has? Do you understand the soft? I mean, I don't see your argument on why that's a bad thing. If they worked for the money, they can do whatever the fuck they want with their money. Sorry, gang.
All of these people need to be deposed before this committee. We need to take this investigation seriously. There are more than 1,000 people who were harmed by Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and many other rich and powerful people, children, whose lives were literally altered forever at the hands of this abuse. This is very serious, and I think the fact that some of the Republicans on the Oversight Committee feel that it is appropriate to make statements to say that President Trump is somehow exonerated.
But I think this cover-up especially is really bad for the administration. And I don't know how you can talk about anything else but this right now. I mean, think about it. The DOJ deleted or completely pulled out from the Epstein files 50 pages of interviews between a victim and the FBI. And there were not, one interview you may think, okay, this guy's kind of fucking insane. Or this girl, she's just insane. Nothing there. 2 interviews, okay, we had some questions, we wanted to clear some things up. 3 interviews, okay, you have some information that is very, it checks out, and we have a lot more questions. 4 interviews, that motherfucker is 100%, we need to know exactly, 4 interviews, that's a crazy amount. So what do you think about that, Panikin Skywalker? I see you come in here pretty often, so what do you think about that?
Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna said this last night. That is the most outrageous thing that I have ever heard. Donald Trump needs to come before this committee, and we will not stop fighting until we get the truth and there's accountability and justice for the survivors.
There he is, the Chad of the fucking... The Chad himself. I would love to see an anime. This is what we need. We need good animators on the left, and we actually have a pretty good amount. We need an anime opening of Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey powering up and fighting the waves of MAGA to unveil the Epstein files. We need that. I think that would heal the country, honestly. Dude, never mind. I'm thinking might be a good investment.
A new precedent has been set in America today. Before this, we had the Trump rule. Trump defied, as all of you know, a congressional subpoena with the January 6th committee. He said presidents don't have to testify. Now we have the Clinton rule, which is that presidents and their families have to testify when Congress issues a subpoena.
Amen.
That means that Donald Trump needs to come before our committee and explain what he knew about Epstein and explain why we have not had a full release of the documents. We also need other people, part of the Epstein class, to come before this committee. If President Clinton can answer questions, many others need to as well. I was pleased to see Congresswoman Nancy Mace today calling for Howard Lutnick to come before our committee.
Hell yeah, Nancy. Oh, I feel so bad for people like MTG and Nancy Mace, dude. Their party has rejected them. You know, they thought they had a place, but their party is just rejecting them over protecting pedophiles. I feel bad for them. I really do.
Have the votes to subpoena him, and
I don't support any of their positions. You know what I'm saying? But that's got to feel like almost the ultimate betrayal for your party not to care about something that they've claimed they've cared about for so long and something you've advocated for.
work with Ranking Member Garcia.
Utter betrayal, dude.
Comes before our committee next.
Mentioning foreign intelligence. Virginia Giuffre never accused the former President Bill Clinton of wrongdoing, but she did say that he visited Epstein's Island, that she saw him there. But the former president said he never went. You mentioned Howard Lutnick several times. We know that he claimed he cut off ties with Epstein, but then was found to have visited the island. So who do you believe, Virginia Giuffre or President Bill Clinton?
Those questions are actually going to be asked today in this deposition.
Sorry,
Good answer.
Your Republican colleagues said that there was some type of exchange yesterday with the secretary where she was screaming. What is your characterization of what happened?
I hope that the Republicans release the actual video unedited.
Like they asked, like this group asked for?
Screaming, I think is beyond a mischaracterization. What happened yesterday was a disgrace. To be asking about UFOs, Pizzagate, conspiracy theories, you yourself are going to see the types of questions that she was asked.
So I want the opposite of this anime? Oh no, please don't tell me. Screen's gonna go dark. Yeah, I want the opposite of this anime actually. Hold on. I know that there's a lot of Trump anime memes. Trump denies writing 36-volume comic titled Don and Jeff Time Pedophiles. Wow. Donald, why are you writing that stuff, man? That's a certain fanfic that I don't want to read, personally. Man, Donald's into some weird stuff, bro.
To defend her husband, not directly to her, not information about her. I think they need to release the video.
Oh my gosh. There is, I don't think I can show it on YouTube because it is kind of graphic, surprisingly. But there is a Russian ad that is anti-woke talking about how it's an election ad, which I was like, whoa, I know, right? There's elections in Russia, right? Who would have thunk that? I thought they just pay money to be president there and kill people. But nope. Anyways, there is an anti-woke ad that it's pretty funny. I can't lie. It talks about it's almost impossible to describe because the editing is just so fucking weird. And it's so strange. But the best way I could describe it is it's a post-woke takeover where the wokes have installed a Nazi woke regime. And if you aren't gay, you get fucked in the ass, I think. It's really weird, dude. I think I'll try. I'll show it. I'll show it tomorrow, okay?
You guys have talked often about the precedent being set by President Clinton appearing here today as a president. Is the way that President Clinton answers these questions today, also setting a precedent if he invokes executive privilege or says he doesn't remember? Could that set the stage for President Trump to do a similar situation?
I think it was telling that Secretary Clinton did not take the fifth one time yesterday. She answered the questions. That information needs to be released. I think it's important that President Clinton do the same. I think he will answer questions
All right,
today.
we need a book,
I think that
and we need to find out why the Dwemer
get in front of this
died out.
and answer the questions and stop calling this investigation a hoax. And we've got to go.
Chairman, who asked the Pizzagate questions? Congressman Connell.
Well, hey, you know, they're busy people. They got to go in there. Anyways, so that was before. Now this is about halfway through the deposition.
President Clinton, in his opening, made the most important statement. No one is above the law.
Can you agree with the statement the purpose of the U.S. government is to protect the U.S. citizens and not illegal aliens? Well, I reject the framing. If you're in this country, we are supposed to take care of you, regardless of where you come from. The Constitution says so. So I reject the framing entirely. That puts either before the other.
And he made it clear that it was perfectly appropriate for the committee to call him and ask him tough questions about what happened. He also made it clear that it was totally inappropriate.
And that was obviously a very messy attempt of Donald Trump to make the Democrats look bad. We don't support his policy. We don't support his policy. That's not sad at all. Our Constitution says we are supposed to take care of anybody in this country, regardless of nationality. If you think that is sad, then I don't know, man. Go read the Constitution, I guess. Every July 4th, we read it together, so I guess you can look forward to that when that comes around. But I don't think that's sad at all, man. I think that's a beautiful part of our Constitution. I think that's an extremely human part, and shows why the Constitution is a living and breathing document.
To call Secretary Clinton. That's why personally I didn't even show up yesterday. I thought it was outrageous the way they treated Secretary Clinton. She has nothing to do with that. This. But President Clinton answered the question.
What the hell is this bookshop, by the way?
We have the deposition that our side that put the survivors first. We had our members, our lawyers ask questions.
I could use
basic
enchantment
facts,
services.
and asked difficult questions, and the president answered. And it was civil, and he set the tone, in my view, for the precedent that the President Trump needs to now come and answer these questions. That Howard Lutnick needs to answer these questions. That other people part of the Epstein class who've been in these files need to come before this committee and ask these questions. And then that's the only way we're going to have accountability and healing. Now we'll turn it over to our ranking member, Green.
I'm just going to introduce folks. I'll make some comments at the end. I'm going to introduce other members. First we have is Congressman Randall.
Thank you. As you heard, President Clinton in his opening statement said that America was built on the idea that no person is above the law, even presidents, especially presidents. And the Democratic members of the Oversight Committee feel the same. No one is above the law, and anyone with knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes should absolutely come before the committee to give testimony about what they saw or did. Who was there? Who was involved? Survivors like Charlene Richard, who was my State of the Union guest, deserve the accountability and the truth. The American people deserve accountability and truth. That means a complete release of the files and cooperation, not obstruction, from Pam Bondi, and it means testimony on the record from anyone with information, whether that's Howard Lutnick, Bill Gates, Larry Summers, and yes, even and especially Donald Trump?
All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. I am Congresswoman Melanie Stansbury, and I am deeply proud to represent New Mexico's 1st Congressional District, where our state has taken action where the federal government has failed. We have reopened an investigation through our state attorney general into the
Oh, wow. That's impressive. Okay, New Mexico. Well, I mean, if the federal government isn't going to do anything, then I think they should. Then the state's going to have to take it upon themselves. I think there is some ties to New Mexico, right? With Jeffrey. I mean, even if it's not, even if he doesn't have a bunch of clear links there, I still think you'd have some leverage to go after him. And if not, it could inspire other states to pursue independent investigations. This is a new step. This is uncharted territory right here. What do you guys think the outcome of this is going to be? I don't know. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. We have a goal of 25 likes today. So hopefully we can get to there. If not, it's okay. Sometimes we hit it, sometimes we don't. That's the rule of the law of the land. The lay of the land.
And his associates in New Mexico, as well as passed the first state-level truth commission in this case ever passed in the history of the United States. We will be working very closely to make sure that the state is able to make a full accounting of the crimes in New Mexico. With regards to today's deposition, I want to be clear at the outset that President Clinton, as of today, has not been accused of a crime. There are not public files available that accuse him of a crime, whereas there are publicly available documents that do allege a crime of President Trump. But it is very well established that President Clinton had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and we are treating this investigation extraordinarily seriously. And when you see the recorded deposition, you will see that we asked all of the hard questions centering the survivors, making sure that we get to the bottom of where there are discrepancies in the record, and understanding how not only the crimes that Jeffrey Epstein committed could go on, but why there was a culture that surrounded him wherein the rich and powerful turned a blind eye. And with that, I turn it back to our representative.
Hello, Congressman Maxwell Frost. First off, I just thank you to President Clinton for coming here today to speak with us. Answering these questions has been helpful for us as we will continue this investigation. Donald Trump, as we know, needs to come before this committee. He's been caught in multiple lies as it relates to his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. I can tell you I've seen unredacted files myself that directly refute his assertion that he kicked out Jeffrey Epstein at Mar-a-Lago and the reasoning why he did that. Also, walking out of this, I can tell you we all now have a lot of new questions that we have to raise as it relates to the reasoning on why Donald Trump had a falling out with Jeffrey Epstein in the first place.
Yeah.
Another thing is that I saw about an hour ago, Donald Trump in a press conference said that Howard Lutnick is, quote, a very innocent guy. Donald Trump has asserted many times that he knew nothing of Epstein's crimes. If he doesn't know anything about Epstein's crimes, how can he know for sure that Howard Lutnick is, quote, a very innocent guy?
Oh, shit.
And I think
yeah, that is true. Dude, if you don't think that Donald did anything wrong, I genuinely have to wonder, like, you must have cognitive dissonance. Like, in its most true form, because how can you not have any questions? No questions at all? You have nothing for the Donald in charge. Nothing about his friend Epstein. And my little conspiracy theory is that Donald Trump was he was a big part of this this trafficking. I don't think it just oh, I knew about it, but I didn't say anything. No, this man has way too many links to just be to just have known about it but not done. No, there is something going on here, guys. I've never been more confident, like, of a cover-up in my life. There is something going on here. And Donald Trump really is, like, at the heart of it. And I don't know how else do you interpret this information? Think he owned a farm in New Mexico. Okay. If you were role-playing and wanted to act guilty, you couldn't do a better job than Trump has. Exactly. That's a dope name. How do I say that? Her Desecrates? Descades? I don't know. Cool-ass name. But, exactly. You couldn't act more guilty. You gotta wonder, dude. Like, how else are you supposed to interpret all this information? Genuinely. The mentions of Trump in the files, the very clear connections he had to Jeffrey. I mean, it's all there, dude. And we only have half of it. Think about that. We only have half of the files right now. We have no idea what could be in the rest of the files. No idea. Apparently, a lot of it implicates Trump. We know 50 pages worth does. So what else are they hiding? You don't have to be a conspiracy theorist here either. You do not have to be a conspiracy theorist. This is all in front of your eyes. The problem is when it comes to the Trumpians, I feel like they've been trained so much to look around at the periphery and to not focus on the main thing as like forms for what they criticize and stuff, that they're looking for a conspiracy when it's right in front of their face. It really is something, ain't it? It really is something. Anyways.
Today is showing, and what yesterday is showing, is, of course, no one's above the law. That includes the President of the United States. And my hope is that our Republican colleagues, as we walk out of here today and go back to D.C., will join us in making sure that we can hear from Howard Lutnick, from Pam Bondi, and from President Trump.
Good afternoon, Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari, representing Arizona's 3rd District. I think today was a historic day for transparency in the United States of America. The fact that we have the former President of the United States.
There are concerning rumors that Trump may have been involved in snuff films with Epstein in which he murdered girls and disposed of the bodies. I haven't seen those accusations necessarily. Not saying they're not out there, but we do know about an FBI interview that was conducted where they interviewed somebody who said that Donald Trump had sexually assaulted them in a very aggressive way too. So I wouldn't put it past him necessarily, but I mean, really, how do you come up with any other explanation when you take the entirety of all the evidence we have right now? I don't think you can say that Donald Trump isn't at least implicated in some of the actions of Jeffrey Epstein. But I don't want to minimize that. I think his role is much fucking bigger. I think Mar-a-Lago was a bit of a recruiting grounds. I think Mar-a-Lago may have been where these women started.
Bill Clinton under oath, speaking to the Oversight Committee and answering questions in a transparent manner is critical. I look forward to the Republican majority listening to our demand of having the transcripts and the videos unedited of both depositions, today's and yesterday's, released immediately, because the American public deserves to hear and see these answers for themselves. And ultimately, this demonstrates that nobody is above the law. And my top concern at this moment is the ongoing White House cover-up. It is deeply concerning that we are seeing a very coordinated machine from the President of the United States continuously repeating that he has been exonerated. He just repeated that today to members of the Republican Party on the Oversight Committee, repeating that lie as well. There are very credible allegations that have been looked into and investigated by the FBI, the Department of Justice is illegally withholding. Please do not stop asking about this. Why is the DOJ continuing to defy the Epstein Files Transparency Act by refusing to release the full Epstein files, by illegally withholding?
There is a jet landing, ladies and gentlemen.
People like Howard Lutnick. This is unacceptable. Donald Trump must be deposed immediately in front of this committee, as do many senior level officials from this administration.
Congressman Suhas Subramaniam.
Trump brags about sexual assault, and he has a civil court conviction for it, so he has previous. Yeah, that I'll have to look into those rumors at some point. I mean, I don't know how you come to any other conclusion than Donald Trump has something that he is hiding. I really don't.
Out before today that oversight Democrats are treating this investigation in a nonpartisan way. It'll be put to rest when the transcripts come out. We've been asking the former president the hard questions. To his credit, he has answered every single question. He's not taking the Fifth Amendment. He's been actually quite comfortable, and he's actually given very long, deliberate answers to all these questions. And so we appreciate the former president being here today, and we would like to see the current president come before us as well and give the same kind of transparency that President Clinton has given us today. And we're going to continue to demand the release of the files and continue to demand transparency of this administration.
Two quick points. Wesley Bell, Congressman, Missouri's 1st District. First and foremost, President Clinton came here and answered tough questions. I think the victims and survivors, the American public, deserve a serious investigation, because thus far what we're seeing from Republicans is a very non-serious, as one of my colleagues referred to it as a clown show. And having led serious investigations, I can't disagree when we hear members from the other side coming into a deposition with conclusions, get no evidence to support those conclusions, and then announce to the world that these conclusions must be true. That is unprofessional, it's unethical, and at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is...
Once again, thanks for the examining serious questions about the unfit criminal in the White House, America's greatest mistake in history. Well, I agree, but don't give up hope, gamer. And I'll see you next time. Hopefully you liked and subscribed. If not, I understand, but I very much appreciate anybody that does. I do a show every day where I talk about the news and politics. And I also have a podcast every Monday where I talk with a couple of my fellow content creators. So thank you so much for all the support, guys.
Happen so that we can help hold any offenders accountable. Democrats are doing that. The president and former First Lady have done that, and now it's time for President Trump to do the exact same thing. Under oath, not when you can just make statements randomly on X or Truth Social, but under oath where your right hand is in the air and there are consequences if you don't tell the truth. And so we're going to continue to push for transparency. We're going to continue to push for justice because that's what the American people and the survivors deserve. I'll just make a couple brief comments and I'll answer one or two questions. And then the deposition right now is on a break. And so we'll reconvene. There'll be some additional hours of questioning by both the Democratic side and the Republican side as the afternoon goes on. I want to just reiterate a couple things that have been made, which are important. The first is that we're thankful that President Clinton came in and answered tough questions from both the minority party and the majority party. We also think it's important to note that he made some of these statements in his opening statement. He made it clear once again that he does not understand, nor do we, why we spent so much time yesterday grilling Secretary Clinton when she obviously had no knowledge.
I see a lot of TDS here. I guess that's what happened when they take stupid pills. All right, thank you, DMR. We appreciate the constructive criticism. I'd say you probably have TDS, because, like, I've never seen someone defend pedophilia for economics, but unfortunately, you guys do that.
Jeffrey Epstein.
So, DMR, I have a question. Did Kash Patel lie under oath? Did Kash Patel lie under oath? We'll pause the stream while we wait. Here. We'll bring up some Jeopardy questions. I'm asking you, did he? Did he lie under oath? I'm asking you. Let's see if commenter DMR is able to answer this question. Not sure. That's not a real answer. Yes or no? That's not what I asked, DMR. Nope, that's not an answer. I'm giving you context clues as to what it could be. No. That was wrong. Anyways, let's watch Kash Patel lie under oath together, ladies and gentlemen. All right.
Who else did he traffic these young women to?
In terms of what the investigation, again, going back to 2008, Mr. Acosta, who limited the investigation and limited the search warrants and limited the parameters of the investigation, the only thing we are able to speak to publicly, because he was given a non-prosecution agreement by Mr. Acosta, is that first time period from, I believe, don't quote me on this, 97 to 2001-ish. And then when the Trump administration courageously reopened it.
Excuse me for interrupting, but I'm going to run out of time. You've seen most of the files. Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday.
I would bring the case yesterday, he says. If there was any evidence of co-conspirators, Kash Patel says he would bring the case yesterday. But yet, why is there no cases being brought? That is because Kash Patel is a lying scumbag who is protecting pedophiles. That's why. And this is just one example. One person in the admin of a sea of liars. So don't come up to me without any evidence and say, Bill Clinton lied. Because, ladies and gentlemen, you don't care about lying. You don't care. Bring me some evidence that he lied before you start making wild accusations about a former president. Yeah, he was in a hot tub. That's pretty much evidence all we need. He was in a hot tub, ladies and gentlemen. That is all the evidence we need right there.
And had never met Jeffrey Epstein. We also want to reiterate, I want to think it's important for us to know, our call yesterday, because of transparency, it is so important that we continue to release both Secretary Clinton's deposition and President Clinton's deposition. Both of the Clintons are committed to these records getting out as soon as possible, and oversight Democrats agree. The best way of going forward is for there to be transparency and a full public record, and we're demanding that that record not be edited, but just a full recording of what transpired yesterday, what will continue to transpire today for the course of the day. And finally, let me just also say once again that we have a new precedent in this country where we can now demand president and former presidents to testify in front of the Oversight Committee. So we are once again demanding that now President Trump, who was in the Epstein files almost more than anyone else besides Ghislaine Maxwell, answer our questions. This is not a hoax. He has not been exonerated, and we have serious questions for President Trump. With that, we'll answer a couple questions.
Chairman Comer just came out and said that in this last round of questioning, you asked President Clinton if he thought President Trump should come and testify, and Chairman Comer said that President Clinton's response was that it was for you to decide, and Clinton went on to say that President Trump has never said anything to him to make him think he was involved. Now, obviously, we don't have the transcript of the deposition, but I would love your response to that and what.
Yeah, I think the best response to that is for you to view the complete record of what actually was said, which, look, we're not going to disclose what was said because that's not in the rules. The Republicans keep breaking
By the way,
rules.
if you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there in the algorithm. Our goal is 25 likes. We're 5 short, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to be able to pay rent now. No, I'm kidding.
I think to what Mr. Frost said earlier, there was, I think that the President Clinton, did bring up some additional information about some discussions with President Trump. I think that the way Chairman Comer described it, I don't think is a complete accurate description of what actually was said. So let's release the full transcript. And we can get a full record of what actually was said, which brings up some very important new questions about comments that President Trump has actually said in the past. Any other questions?
Congressman.
Yes.
Mr. Member, I know in the former president's statement he says that there may be times where he says he can't recall. Has that, I know you can't really give a lot of details about what was said in the deposition, but how would you characterize when you say he's being cooperative? Is he answering the majority of questions, or a lot of his response is more, I can't recall?
Bondi also lied under oath when she said Trump is not a criminal. Ooh, we've got a lot of liars today, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of liars. That's not good. That's not good.
Everybody would agree that he's been very cooperative, and he's actually answering the questions fairly, to the best of his ability. He has not taken
The liars.
on the fifth for any questions. He's been very thorough. He's been asked some questions multiple times over. I think you'll see that in the transcript. So he's been very cooperative, and in fact, I don't think he's given any sense that he's been uncomfortable to be there. In fact, I think he's been pretty interested in answering, I think, all the questions of both the Republicans and the Democrats. With that, we're going to wrap up. Everyone's on a break. And
have Republicans given any indication they want to edit?
Interesting. Let's see if they have the deposition should be over right now. So let's see if they have any videos from after the deposition. House Dems call for Trump and Lutnick to testify over the files. I think we just watched that. Clinton, if I had known of Epstein's crimes, I would have turned him in myself. What he cares about is CNN. Questions grow over Trump's role in Paramount latest accusation. Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah, a little bit of corporate corruption is always nice. Always nice. DOJ files motion on suspending indictment in Don Lemon's case. Wow, what a shock, ladies and gentlemen. I had people coming into my stream every day saying, Don Lemon is going to jail. He's breaking the law. Don Lemon is fucked. And then, as it turns out, who would have guessed? Who would have guessed? It is, sorry, who would have guessed? It is unfortunately suspended and dismissed. It will become dismissed eventually. Morgan Freeman, not Trump.
Well,
oh shit, okay, let's hear this. What's this? We love Morgan Freeman. We love him. He's a based Chad. That's God. Okay? This is literally Yahweh himself. This is literally God, ladies and gentlemen. This is Yahweh. You guys ever seen any movie where mortal man plays as God? Well, this is him. Say hello to your creator.
Well, we have somebody sitting in the White House who's leading us down a shithole. I can't personally understand how a convicted felon, 34 felonious, is that word? Counts of wrongdoing, gets to be president. How do you do that? I mean, you say, well, he was camped. I don't care. That ruling went down before he stepped into the Oval Office. So it just doesn't make sense to me.
Amen. And I understand, you know, people like him. What is this? Disturbing sex slave claims? Ew, yeah, I'm good, man. I'm all right on that. I do need to talk about this Anthropic AI situation, because it is interesting. Let me see if we have the Democrats accuse DOJ of Epstein files cover-up to protect Trump. Let's watch this. This looks interesting.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you all for coming. I'm joined by Senators Durbin, Merkley, Gallego, and that's it.
My Trump impression has gotten much better. I don't know. I feel like I've always had a pretty decent one. I have to say, shout out to Maruzzi. She's the #1 fan. She always says, Kate, he's got a great Trump impression, and I gotta say, I do. But I don't want to give myself too much of an ego, because when I yell like that, that's not exactly Donald Trump.
We may have a few more coming. Well, it's been 99 days since Congress passed the Epstein Files Transparency Act. The American people sent Donald Trump a clear and simple demand: release the Epstein files. Donald Trump said he wants to turn the page on the Epstein files. Democrats are not going to let Donald Trump turn the page.
Amen, dude.
It was not a suggestion, not a request. The law requires the DOJ to release all the files, not just some of the files, not just the ones they pick and choose and want to do. Since then, we've seen the Justice Department break the law and continue to hide the truth from the American people. Let me be blunt. There's a massive cover-up going on in the Justice Department to protect Donald Trump and people associated with Jeffrey Epstein. As we expected, Trump, Bondi, and their minions have played games with the release of these files. They release some documents that they want to release and continue to hide others. The American people see right through it, and they're all asking the obvious question, what is Bondi trying to hide? President Trump, what are you trying to hide? That's the question the American people are asking. Senate Democrats' Epstein Working Group, including my colleagues here with me, have been preparing for this very scenario. We saw what they were doing. And so we're working with victims' attorneys, we're working with legal experts, we're working with people very familiar with this.
This is about to pop off. If you guys thought this was, the Epstein files were dead, Oh, geez, dude. That is insane. They're working with attorneys. What do you think type of, this would be a good question for Rootsy. What type of civil action do you guys think that they could take? That is kind of, that's interesting.
Case to ensure full compliance of the law. We know the administration's withholding some documents unlawfully. Yesterday, news outlets reported that several memos detailing a woman's accusation against the president from when she was a minor have been withheld from the public. We know they're abusing redactions to hide the truth.
Let me check. Let me look at Ruben Gallego. Is that the man behind him? Oh, it is, I think. Well, unfortunately, yeah, I'd say this is the good version of Vance, honestly. Not unfortunately at all. This is definitely the good version of Vance. Wow. Unfortunately, I do have Vance-like face as well. I don't know where it comes from, but I'm if Vance didn't fucking fuck the couch.
Hundreds of pages are completely blacked out. Co-conspirator identities remain hidden while survivors have been exposed. We're here today to put a shot across the bow of the Department of Justice and the Trump administration that we are going to reveal this massive cover-up. We will not rest. It's an all-out oversight effort. We're going to pull on every thread. We're going to chase every lead. We'll talk with whistleblowers. We will get to the truth. Our working group, Senate Democrats, will go review the unredacted files in the coming days.
Okay.
Let me repeat that. Our working group, Senate Democrats, will go review.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps out. And if you're feeling generous, feel free to send a little dono.
Ugly truth about what she's doing to protect people in the files will come out. The whole world is going to know exactly what she knew, when she knew it, and what she did to cover it up. Democrats are going to hold Pam Bondi and everyone involved at the DOJ accountable for this cover-up.
I just realized we had full top 50 chatter section now, and I remember when we only had like 11. Yeah, we're growing. We're growing out there, ladies and gentlemen. We are. I should be... My shorts, a lot more shorts content should be coming out here soon, so get excited for that. I just need to adjust some things here and there, and we should have some shorts content that focuses on news and a little memeage going on too.
The FBI preserved records on what transpired behind the scenes. We want to know who was involved in the decision to hide the truth. And a warning to the Trump cronies working on this: we will know if you are destroying documents and evidence. You will not outrun the law. You will not.
Ooh, Schumer. You will not outrun the law. That's what I like to see. How much longer are we going? I was about to sleep. I don't know. I'm having a good time. I don't really have any commitments today, so we might be going for a lot longer, or it's really whenever I feel like shutting the stream off. And we still have some stuff to go over, so probably about another hour or two.
Truth. This isn't political. The survivors deserve the truth, and the American people are demanding it. Democrats and Republicans agree the American people deserve the truth. So Donald Trump, stop hiding, stop delaying, come clean with the American people, and if you don't, Democrats will make sure the truth comes out.
Whoa. Excuse
Our
me,
next
sir?
Speaker is Senator Durbin.
No, I didn't mean to do that. No. No, you've got the wrong idea. No. Okay.
Thanks, Senator
Wow.
Schumer. With the Epstein files, the Trump administration had an opportunity to secure a win.
That was nice.
For survivors, for accountability, and for transparency. But after mishandling the files for a year, it took an act of Congress to
I'm
force
probably
Pam
actually
Bondi,
gonna edit.
Kash Patel.
I'm probably gonna put out some shorts from that debate you guys just saw or witnessed today. I think that would be some fun. It's always fun to get see MAGA soy out. Hopefully we'll get him again. I will unblock his number tomorrow, so you know. I knew he was going to be an interesting individual, though, because like the moment before he said the F slur, he said the T slur, and I was like, oh, this is going downhill. This is going downhill.
Even consider providing justice. Even after the passage of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, the Trump administration decided to violate federal law to protect the rich and powerful. The law required DOJ to produce the files by December 19th, yet the vast majority of those files were not produced until January 30th, 42 days later. Department of Justice has violated the legislation's protection for victims by publishing records without redacting personally identifiable information of victims, including nude photos where their names and faces could be identified. In sharp contrast, other produced records heavily redacted information identifying powerful business and political figures who are alleged conspirators or material witnesses to Epstein's crimes. Violations of the Epstein Files Transparency Act continue as the Department of Justice has yet to produce all Epstein-related records required by law and has removed thousands of records from the website beyond those that inappropriately identify victims. Keep in mind, a whistleblower told my office that FBI agents reviewing the Epstein files were instructed to flag any records that mentioned President Donald Trump. This disclosure is even more damning in light of yesterday's bombshell. The New York Times report that the Justice Department failed to disclose documents related to a woman who alleged that Trump sexually assaulted her when she was a minor. Simply put, Pam Bondi and Kash Patel have mismanaged these records during their tenure in office. That is why, as ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I'm joining our leader, Charles Schumer, in a letter to the Justice Department and FBI requesting the preservation of records related to the management of the Epstein files over the course of the Trump administration. Preserving federal records and safeguarding information critical to congressional oversight is a legal obligation that all department employees are required to meet. As I told General Bondi during last year's Judiciary Committee oversight hearing, quote, eventually you're going to have to answer for your conduct in this. You won't do it today, but eventually you will. The survivors deserve better. It's clear that Donald Trump and his Republican enablers are executing a cover-up and conceal strategy. Heads are rolling at the highest levels of the United Kingdom. Will heads roll in the United States? When will the Trump administration come clean with the survivors and the American people? The sooner, the better. Next, I believe Senator Blumenthal can't make it.
He's not here yet. He's at another hearing. Senator Murphy.
Senator Murphy.
The Epstein Files Transparency Act that I introduced with Ben Ray Lujan in the Senate was crystal clear. No record shall be withheld, delayed, or redacted on the basis of any of the following: embarrassment, reputational harm, political sensitivity, including any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary. Well, here we are. Those 99 days have passed, and what we have seen is the files have not been released according to the law. We have seen that victims' names and photos that were supposed to be redacted weren't redacted, and all kinds of redactions appear to have occurred for folks who are potential perpetrators. And we're seeing the Epstein files reverberate across the world. The Prime Minister of Norway, the former ambassador from Britain to the United States, King Charles' brother. But what about here in the United States of America? Why is there no accountability here in the United States of America for these atrocious crimes, the place where they occurred? We know that there were about 6 million pages, of which only somewhat more than 3 million have been released.
I don't know. I think his last name's
Those other
Murphy.
3 million released. And among them are these 50 pages that entail, as the New York Times said, claims made in 2019 by a woman who came forward after Mr. Epstein's arrest to say she'd been sexually assaulted by both Mr. Trump and Epstein when she was 13 to 15 years old. And it goes on to say that there were 4 interviews with this woman, and only one of those interviews was released. Where are the other 3? Now, we know the other 3 exist because they are in the index.
Yeah, that was a
And
major
yet,
fuck up by
pages
the
are missing.
DOJ.
How can anyone justify that these interviews have not been released?
Well, it makes
So
Trump look
that
bad.
is a massive
Think about that.
cover-up by this administration. It's a massive and unacceptable cover-up.
It's definitely
We
not
also
Senator
know
Murphy.
from the Telegraph
I don't know who it is.
that there are 6 secret storage units rented across the country by Epstein that may have
Based
contained
lib
information
Chad,
that the
though.
Department of Justice hasn't apparently attempted to retrieve. By unanimous consent, the Senate said, yes, we passed the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Senator Schumer came forward and tried to strengthen that act with some real penalties, and the Republican whip objected.
I know.
Well, if Republicans were with us,
That is a
on
horrible
seeking full
look.
disclosure, why object to putting more teeth into this bill? We all together, Democrats and Republicans,
Well, I think we know
should be
why.
saying,
Because they want to protect Donald Trump. I mean, it's very clear that they've made it blindingly so, in my opinion.
yes on
Bookstore.
transparency for the public, yes on accountability for the perpetrators, and yes for the closest thing we can get to justice for the victims.
Senator Gallego's been relentless on this issue. Senator Gallego.
Thank you. As we stated, princes, CEOs, the most powerful men in the world are being held accountable everywhere except the United States, where we are supposed to be a country of equal justice under the law. We are actually proving quite the opposite. You know, what we're proving here right now, what the Republicans are proving right now with the help of Donald Trump and Attorney General Pam Bundy, is that if you are part of the Epstein class, if you are rich enough, you are powerful enough, you can do some really horrific things. Raping children, raping women, engaging in sex trafficking. And this administration, the Republicans, will engage in an active cover-up for you. And even more so, now we're getting more reports of some real serious allegations of this president from a minor, a woman who was a minor.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying
that
the
is
stream,
accusing
don't
the
forget to
president
like
of some
and
very serious,
subscribe. It
serious
really
crimes.
boosts the
The
channel and
American
helps
public
me out.
deserves to know what happened, who was involved. Not just President Trump, but everyone else involved, all these powerful men that are still walking around the United States right now. We're only talking about a couple years removed, a decade removed from a lot of these allegations. These men are still in power. These men are still potentially victimizing women, victimizing children. And the fact that this administration is actively covering up past crimes potentially means they're covering up current crimes. It's time for us to to have full transparency. It's time for us to have accountability. It's time for
Yeah,
us
I'm
to
sick
throw
of the
some people in
Republicans
jail who did
pretending
some
they're
really
so
horrible
for
stuff
transparency.
against kids in this country. And the fact that Donald Trump
When they're
and the
fucking hiding
Republicans have been talking
pedophiles.
a big game for
I mean-
so many years about going after pedophiles, are actively covering up for pedophiles right now should tell you exactly what is wrong with this administration. I unfortunately am going to have to go read those redacted files next week. It's one of those things that you don't want to do.
Yeah, I
The
know. That
disgusting
was
nature of
weird.
What I'm going to find on there is going to, probably make me very ill. But because we have an administration that's actively covering up for pedophiles, we have to take this step, and we have to take this step to keep them accountable and to expose all these pedophiles that are still in power right now all over this country. Thank you.
And just one more point, which this article from the New York Times shows. More and more keeps coming out, and the more that comes out, the more we see how large their cover-up has been. Questions on this subject? But yes, in the back. Yeah, we're all going together. Yeah, I mentioned that in my remarks. Yes. Yeah. Yes. I don't know if we're going to get. We're all going, and we have set up appointments to go. Yes.
They're all heading down. 86% of the people that are mentioned in the files are Democrats. Sure, bud. Where did you get that statistic from? Newsmax? What about Breitbart? That sounds like a Breitbart talking point right there. Yeah, I don't know where you got that data from, but there are quite a few Republicans mentioned, my friend. So acting as if you guys are scot-free from it is pretty interesting. And also, most of the Democrats mentioned are Democrats of the past, bro. One of your guys' most, your guys' dude, Donald Trump, is mentioned more times than Harry Potter in the series of Harry Potter. You could make the claim that this is Donald Trump has a big part of this, and you wouldn't necessarily be wrong.
Well, the bottom line is the Republicans all voted for it, every single one, and we're going to keep at it. We're going to use every strategy we can, going to the Justice Department, seeking lawsuits, as well as whatever legislative strategies will work. Yes.
Oh, okay. By Democrats, they mean people who dislike Trump. Got you. Yeah, I see. See, the thing is, not everybody who is your enemy is a Democrat. And this is something I fight against constantly, dude. We're not your enemies, dude. We really aren't your enemies. We're trying to bring transparency into the government. We're trying to achieve what you guys ultimately wanted. But unfortunately, the results aren't what you like, and that's triggering you. But I'd say you should probably find a way to expand your mind a little bit.
Look, all the truth should come out, period. Yes.
I'm failing? I don't know, Dean. It seems like I'm doing pretty well, actually. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure to like and subscribe. It really does help out the channel and gets me boosted out there in the algorithm. I do a show every day where I talk about the news and politics, and I have call-ins and debates. So if anybody disagrees with me, feel free to call in. You just can't say slurs. I know, big shock there, guys. Big shock that you are not allowed to say slurs. One moment, I have to open up my Google voicemail. Hold on, it seems I was left a message. Oh no, it was only 2 seconds long though. Never mind. All right, let me switch back over here. All right, there we go. What is that even a question? Can you mom's basement? I don't think that's a question there. You want to try again, buddy? You want to try again? One moment. Sorry. All right.
Just two quick questions. One, do you also see a difference between the treatment that this case has been happening in Europe and here in the
It's okay. I believe in you. You got this time, man.
Okay, second question, how do you react to people who say that Democrats and Republicans are enacting a new form of neutralism, basically judging guilty by association, whoever is in the email or...
Yeah, all we want is the truth. The
Do
truth.
I live in my mom's basement?
Yes.
No, I actually live in your mom's basement, believe it or not.
There will be
Rent free, actually. All I have to do is
And do you want to talk about that?
plow her every night. So
Yeah.
it's a pretty good deal, honestly.
Yeah, so we can get it. Yes.
When you see the unredacted documents, what can the public expect from you to inform them? Can you do anything to inform them?
Well, we're not going to prejudge. Let's see what's in the documents. We want to protect people's identities, but we also want the truth to come out, and we will walk that line with great vigor. Yes.
There are an additional 3 million files that have not been released.
Nice.
And many, it seems, of the files that have been released remain redacted or have parts redacted. So what steps are you taking to ensure that those redactions are unredacted?
Yeah, we're going to demand justification for any redactions, and if the redactions are cover-ups as opposed to protecting identities, we're going to get to the bottom of it. We're going to get to the bottom of it. Okay? Thank you, everybody.
Oh yeah, they don't. How can you can't ask how right now? They're currently in the. They're currently investigating. Yeah, I know. He really used those as a reaction. Yeah, if you like to plow dead people. Oh, here, buddy. I actually have something for you. Here you go, bud. I got the world's smallest violin. Let me see. There it is, right there. Oh. And here, I'm gonna play the world's saddest song. It's unfortunately copyrighted right now. But there you go, man. I've got the world's smallest violin playing the world's saddest song for you right now. My mom is dead.
Joke's on you, I'm into that shit.
Well, there we go. I'm not necessarily. Yeah, I mean, if his mom's dead, I'm not. Yeah. This guy's about as smart as a box of rocks. Coming from the man who had a seizure when he tried to imply that I live in my mom's basement. Very, very interesting. Democrats are just embarrassed for not standing the other night at the SODU. No, I'm not embarrassed at all. I wouldn't stand for that clown. Absolute clown. Yeah, I think Donald Trump looked really weak in that State of the Union address. He looked weak. Weak as hell. But that's all he's kind of known for. He's known for being a weak, ineffective leader. So, anyways, we have Anthropic. We have some... Here's for Anthropic response on controversial AI use. Let's take a look at this.
Okay, welcome back to CBS News 24/7. We are watching a ticking clock. U.S. AI giant Anthropic has until 5 p.m. tonight to agree to demands from the Pentagon or lose $200 million in government funding. Now, as that clock ticks, Axios tech policy reporter Maria Curie joins us live. So, Maria, what does each side want in this?
Hey, thanks for having me. So the Pentagon's request here is they want to be able to use Anthropic's AI model Claude, and for that matter, any of the other major AI labs' models for all lawful purposes for its unclassified and classified settings. without having to really worry about having to check in with any individual company and its safeguards and rules and ideas of how these models should be deployed or not in matters that have to do with national security and that the Pentagon feels they have the most expertise on. On the other hand, you have Anthropic that has, marked these two clear red lines that they don't want their models used for. One is mass domestic surveillance, so using this model to surveil Americans using publicly available information such as social media posts or concealed
Are you just
carry
trying to talk to me,
permits
weirdo?
or voter registration rolls. Those are all publicly
By the way, if you
available
guys are
information that
enjoying
government
the
can
stream,
legally,
don't forget to like
collect
and to
today and use
subscribe. It
this
really
model
helps
in
out the
a
channel.
supercharged, more powerful way to surveil Americans. The second red line that Anthropic has drawn in the sand here is they don't want their model to be used for autonomous weapons and to develop these types of weapons that have no human in the loop because there's a high risk of friendly fire, mission failure, or the unintentional escalation of a conflict.
Those all sound like pretty reasonable objections and pretty reasonable talking points in these negotiations as we await that 5 p.m. deadline. But I guess my question is this: if they don't comply, what does the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth have as his options? Because I've heard it said in the industry today, if Anthropic doesn't continue down the road with the Department of Defense, they'll go to another AI company.
Right, and they already are negotiating these terms with the other AI labs. That's OpenAI and Google. NextAI has actually already
To get off so you can charge your phone? Hey, well, have a good day, Kayla.
standard for classified
You can
research
catch the
bill.
VOD. It
But
should be
in
up on
terms of
my
the
channel
punishments
if
that
you
have
want
been
to
floated out
catch
there from
up.
the Pentagon, one is the
But go
Defense
ahead. I hope
Production
you have
Act,
a
which is
good night.
essentially
I'll
to
probably
use
be getting off
an
here in
authority
about
that the
30,
government usually
so,
reserves
or
for
maybe even
national
sooner. I
security
don't know.
emergencies to compel private industry to take a certain action. So, for example, during the pandemic, this was used to compel companies to make more vaccines and medical equipment. The second one that we are tracking, and that seems to be more of an option right now, is designating Anthropic a supply chain risk. And what that means essentially is that any company that does business with the Pentagon has to certify that they no longer do business with Anthropic. And we reported earlier this week that the Pentagon had already started the process of reaching out to Boeing and Lockheed Martin and major defense contractors.
So the threat there will handicap your ability to do business.
Right, and it would be a much bigger financial hit to the company than the $200 million contract. This company is worth billions and billions of dollars. $200 million is a drop in the bucket. But if they are cut off from that business, it could be a much more significant
This
blow.
is disgusting from the White House and completely goes against the ideals of like free trade and private business. Especially if they use that threat of cutting them off from the market. That is disgusting. And any Republicans should be horrified by that, but they've betrayed their ideals long ago. So I have a feeling they'll be, it's based for the federal government to intervene. It's so based. Yeah. Thank you, friends. Anyways, if you guys didn't know, Anthropic, if you guys want an update to this, Anthropic didn't back down to the demands. So now we have Anthropic coming out of they're now getting out of the White House and the Pentagon. So very interesting. No way is this real. Media Magic Entertainment. Veteran-owned company. What is this? What the fuck is this? What? What is this? Is this an AI video?
For more than a century, Boy Scouts of America prepared.
Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Who cares about the Boy Scouts of America? Zero people. That's who. Jesus Christ. I don't even care. I could care less. Let's get into our Rightoid of the day, and then we'll skedaddle. Who was it? Was Greg Gutfeld, right? Greg Gutfeld was our Rightoid of the day. Gutfeld! Is the airport bar back? This story kills me. Gutfeld and guest left stunned. Most purposeful ignorance, infantile abandon of logic and moral decline on tap. Enjoy. Are you talking about Greg Gutfeld? Yeah, I agree. Anyways, let's see. This guy's a comedy genius.
In California.
This guy's a comedy genius. That's a good screen grab. I don't know if you could get better than that. That's a good one. Wait. What's up, Bill? You have some news?
All right, now we're going to get serious. In California, a land where it takes 6 years to get a permit to build a shed, the parole board just decided to release a man.
The Boy Scouts ended up with rampant pedophilia within their ranks? Oh yeah, I know.
And serving life in prison. Actually,
Other sign of the admin loving pedos. Ooh, that's a good attack. I'm gonna use that as a meme
for
attack.
16 counts of kidnapping and child molestation. But now, apparently, life is just a word on a cereal box. It used to be the term judges used to send an unmistakable message. You did something so vile, so predatory, so permanently destructive that society is done.
One moment. One moment. Oh, inside the Alabama bunker, sex assault horror. Seems like there's a lot of sexual assault going on in Alabama. Oh, wow, there's even specific reasons. What? Hold on. William Chase McElroy, Dalton Terrell, Andres Trejo Velasquez, yeah, I know, I'm bad, and others were arrested in connection with a child sex trafficking ring operating out of an underground bunker in Bibb County, Alabama? Holy shit! Oh my God! What the fuck is going on in Alabama? Wow. Wow. That is interesting. But let's hear Gutfeld complain about California. I'd love to fact check this actually.
All right, now we're going to get serious. In California,
Let's get serious.
A land where it takes 6 years to get a permit to build a shed.
Oh, Gutfeld. Oh man, calm it down. You're really tickling the funny bone.
To release a man serving life in prison. Actually, 3 life sentences for 16 counts of kidnapping and child molestation. But now, apparently, life is just a word on a cereal box. It used to be the term judges.
What's this guy's name?
Unmistakable message.
What's his name?
Something so vile, so predatory, so permanently destructive that society is done negotiating with you.
Yeah, dude, how is this considered funny? It's literally just an old boomer complaining about shit. I have no idea how anybody finds this man even remotely funny.
You should spend the rest of your life in a cage where your ass will take on the role of an oil well on land, man.
Yep, I get it. That is something that really turns you on, Greg, but we're talking about something else. So can you please stop with the homoeroticism? Get back to the story. What's this guy's name?
It's not about rehabilitation, it's about punishment and protecting other
Bro, shut the fuck up and tell us the guy's name.
people. It's the same reason I oppose the parole of Martha Stewart. She'll just go on breaking men's hearts. But in California, life now means, well, until someone far removed
Bro, tell us the name.
decides when a mom
All right, do you guys think he'll say the name, or do you think it'll continue to just be Greg
monster is
shitting?
too old to rape and releases them. But you can bet, not in the parole board's neighborhood. This case involves a convicted pedophile serving life being granted elderly parole. Elderly parole. What's that mean? Do they have to check in with visiting angels twice a month?
Wow, Greg is funny. How does he do this? Wow. Wow. Original.
Hey, what's the worst he could do, right? I mean, it's not like elderly people have ever done anything wrong before.
Why don't you say his name?
But this is what passes.
Wow, putting fucking Clinton next to fucking Osama. That's interesting.
Criminal justice reform. They don't revisit the magnitude of harm. They don't reweigh the consequences. And punishment, who cares? The calculus is simple. He's probably too old to get a boner. And, you know, the kids could probably outrun him now. That's reform.
Hey, bud, can you say the guy's name so we can look up the case?
California style. Not a glitch, but a mindset. And another way to prove that they're all so enlightened. It's now someone who didn't see the victims, didn't hear the testimony or sit through the horror, who can decide decades later that the scum has aged out of his depravity. Which means pedophiles now have a retirement plan. Do your thing until you get caught, serve some time, then you're out, and just hope that they don't have grandkids. By this logic, you can let anyone out as long as they have the senior discount. Serial rapist? Hell, if he's wearing orthopedic shoes, he's probably...
Bro, I don't care about your stupid rants. You know what? I think the reason boomers like him so much is because, like, he goes on these, like, random rants that nobody gives a fuck about. And I think old people, like, they kind of use it in, you know, they don't have any good debate points. So they hear this guy and they're like, oh, that sounds good. Try to use it in their next debate. Get absolutely smashed by their niece, who goes by they/them. It's like, damn it, I thought Gutfeld led me astray, damn it.
Harmlessness. So what
My
person does
Gutfeld
that
face?
to the
Yeah, I
truth?
know.
That even
Such a
400
disgusting
years
dude.
For raping kids is just a number. All you have to do is live long enough. Stay hydrated, do your crossword puzzles, keep your blood pressure down. Don't get a bunch of COVID vaccines and take plenty of balance of nature. It's the same thing doctors tell Brit Hume. Then one day, bureaucrats will come to your rescue. And as for the victims, the families who sat in courtrooms and were told, or rather promised, that this man would never walk again free. Imagine enduring the trial, reliving
Oh my god, bro. Can you just say the name of the dude?
the horror on the stand, rebuilding your life around the one solid thing the system gave you, permanence. The promise of being rid of this predator forever. And then they pull the rug right out from under you. Not because the evidence changed, or that he was innocent, or that the sentence was unlawful. It's just that he qualifies for...
I mean, is he even fucking... I mean, what's his condition? Dude, like, this is so lazy. This is Fox News. It's so lazy, bro.
At least that's going bankrupt. So once again, you see libs don't believe in consequence. Their God is process, their devil is reality. They look
Jesus Christ. Oh my God, he's off on one. Somebody get him some meds.
parole as progress in
You found the article? Thank you. Fucking who gives a fuck about Greg? So boring. Oh, for some reason it's saying I don't have any internet? That's, interesting. Okay. Serving life sentence. Back in 2019, victim of a notorious ski mask rapist thought they could close the book. Allowing this to happen. Release. Literally the worst. I mean, this is interesting. Let me see if I can find seeing him released. A lot. This is the LA Times. All right, his name is Joseph. I mean, I'm still not. Yeah, that website doesn't have a fitting name for real. I mean, I guess I'll have to look more into this case, but David Allen Funston? What a weird name. Funston. Let's look into this. Oh, how did we know? How did we know? Well, look at that, ladies and gentlemen. It's fake outrage. Amid angry backlash, serial child molester is rearrested the same day he was set to be paroled. Wow. Looks like it wasn't a problem. Following major backlash about the scheduled release of serial child molester through California's elderly parole program, the 64-year-old is now facing new charges that could keep him behind bars. News that David Allen Funston was set to be freed was met by outrage among victims, politicians, and others. The former Sacramento County District Attorney who prosecuted Funston said she was strongly opposed to his release. This is one I'm screaming about. Funston, granted parole earlier this month, was set to be released on Thursday from state prison, but was rearrested the same day on new charges from a decade-old untried case. The charges he's facing are from 1996, case in which he is accused of sexually assaulting a child in Roseville, according to Placer County District Attorney's Office. Wow. So it looks like, oh, wouldn't you believe it? Gutfeld is wrong. Hold on. When did this come out? So, 16 hours ago. February 2026 at 10:15. It's hard to make the determination. This would have been last night. I mean, I'd say there was we'd have to see when this article was released, but it seems as though Greg may be lying here. I could be wrong, but it seems as though Greg may be lying here.
Paperwork. but it's abandonment of victims, of promises, of moral clarity. And once criminals realize that even the harshest sentence is just a waiting game, what deterrent is left? Justice now has...
Oh, well, it looks like justice hasn't expired. Gavin Newsom and the sheriff both condemned the decision and asked the parole board to reconsider. Wow. So it looks like all this outrage and outcry is bullshit. And Gutfeld is just lying to the American people.
Has an expiration date. And the only people who never get parole from their punishment are the victims.
Period. Wow. Period. Oh my God. It's just so out of date. It's so out of touch. Period. That's your thing? That shit was boring. That shit was lame in 2016, bro.
Tonight's guest. He likes to take selfies during prostate exams. Chief Medical Officer at the Wellness Company, Dr. Drew Pinsky.
This guy was awful. His victims were as young as 3. Yeah, well, it looks like he's not being released back into the society, so...
After watching men compete, she now wants a Senate seat. GOP Minnesota State Senate candidate.
Oh, you're not getting that, my friend.
He's so hot, I can't believe his last name isn't Gutfeld. Actor and host of David, King of Israel on Fox Nation, Zachary Levi.
Alright, I could care less about these losers. I could care less about these fucking dipshits. Thanks for the rage out, bait. The lies. Just the straight up fucking lies. Thank you, Gutfeld. Yeah, icky. Icky guy. Gutfeld and the rapist. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think that is probably a wrap up. Hold on, I do have one thing. Probably going to end on that. That seems like a good meme to end on. But before we do, I have something from my home dog, Bill. I don't know if I'll be able to bring up the Facebook links on Brave. Let me see if I can. Well, I guess we can. All right, here we go.
Retired sheriff sergeant who used to work child abuse back in 19...
Oh, this is 20 minutes long?
He helped investigate it. He was angry because he read he was being released. I had no idea about it, read the LA Times article, saw what they had spoken, and got the wheels rolling. So yesterday, they printed out probably thousands of pages of arrest reports on Mr. Funson and the cases he did. And take us back to 1995. He was out preying on children in the Sacramento area. We're talking children as young as 3 to the age of 7, molesting them. One young girl in North Highlands kidnapped her, molested her very viciously, drove her to Placerville, and kicked her out of the car after punching her. Think about that. He was caught eventually through the hard work of the sheriff's office, did a great job investigating it. Thousands of pages of interviews of children.
Yeah, this guy was a disgusting freak and deserves life in jail. And yeah, there was that was a fault for sure. Did I make the world a better place today? I did. You should catch the VOD, because I'm about to head out, but catch the VOD, and you will see I had a little bit of a debate with Rightoid, and he ended up soying out. He ended up soying out in front of everybody. And then he started being bigoted and racist, or not racist necessarily, homophobic, my bad. Started being bigoted and homophobic, so we had to get him out of there. Gutfeld made it seem like it was a political decision, but all the political members are against it. It was the apolitical parole board that is for releasing him. Yeah, and I mean, there are going to be hiccups in a system. That is undeniable. There are going to be hiccups in a system. But that's why we have people... What the fuck is this? Super Mario Bros. Condom trumpet? I'm so good, man. I'm so good. Thank you for the offer. But there's always going to be hiccups, and there's always going to be unfortunate, there's going to be mess ups, but that's why we have people like those sheriffs, like our politicians, to amend those. And due to the amendments, the guy got rearrested. So I think this is just fake outrage, honestly. Anyways, proud of you. Thank you, Professor Oak. I'll be live tomorrow at 12. So you can look forward to that. I can probably do this, right? I can have this be my outro music and I won't get claimed. Because it is technically parody. Let's fucking go. Dude, this shit goes hard. Don't tell me it doesn't. Anyways, guys, I'm going to be heading out of here. I'm going to be getting out of here. If you guys enjoyed the stream, make sure to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there in the algorithm. I will be live tomorrow at 12 p.m. where we will cover the news and politics and hopefully get some debates going on. If you guys see any debate panels and you think I would be a good fit, let them know. Say, hey, that guy doesn't exist, would be good. Or let me know about the debate panel. I'm learning about so many every day. So many. I wrote night night. Oh, thank you. Anyways, folks, we're going to be getting out of here. This is Christian Agartha Hyperborean remix. And it shouldn't be claimed. This is fair use from what I remember. So, I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace.
I dive into frozen waves where the past comes back to life. I feel for the selfish pain, it was worth it every time. Hold still right before we crash, cause we both know how this ends. A clock ticks and it breaks your glass, and I drown in you again. Cause you are the piece of me